All right. Chris, are we live? Okay. Wonderful. Good evening. On behalf of the Naval Academy Museum and Texas A&M's Glasscock Center for the Humanities, Science and Technology Working Group, welcome to NavyCon 2020A. And as we say in Aggieland, howdy. We've got an incredible lineup of speakers for you tonight. We have about as much jointness as you could ask for. We've got active duty personnel, we've got veterans, we've got professional military educators, civilian academics, and we've got people who fall into multiple categories. One thing we don't have tonight is active science fiction authors, but there's a good reason for that. Last time, NavyCon 2028 brought in a lot of the big names in science fiction, and they all did a fantastic job. But with this second half of the conference, we wanted to try something new. We wanted to see if the community was self-sustaining. Our call for papers went out, and we got back an incredible response, which you'll see on display here. In terms of the broader community, we have over 500 people who have registered to watch tonight. So what will we be watching? Well, this is an evening of analyses that will take complex concepts and break them down in familiar ways through science fiction. What we're not doing is running a recruiting event, and we're definitely not all here to sing the praises of the US Navy. This, like any academic conference, is intended to be an event that allows people to make arguments freely, and we're proud of that. With that in mind, we'd like to continue the conversation not only on our Discord server, which, by the way, is the only place where we'll be taking questions tonight, so join up, but also in the future. Tonight we'll have several presentations discussing the concept of FICINT, or fictional intelligence. This is work in the vein of August Cole and Peter Singer's books Ghost War and Burn-In, or works along the lines of the Marine Corps' Destination Unknown. We on this side of the screen think there's an audience for analyses like this, and we'd like to create a space for them. Accordingly, if you check the description of the video on YouTube, you'll see a link to a survey about interest in a professional organization for FICINT. It's about 7 questions long now. It's about 2 minutes, and it's all multiple choice. So it shouldn't take you very long at all. If you could do that, if you could fill that survey out, we'd be more confident as we proceed in standing up this organization. We want to make this kind of analysis a regular feature of debates about national security. And for that to happen, we need to hear from you, the community. Do you want a journal? Do you want conferences? What shape should they take? Let us know. We've kept the survey simple, as I mentioned, but if you have additional suggestions for how the future of this organization should develop, you can reach out to me. I'm Ian Boley. I'm the organizer. You can reach out on the Discord. You can reach out on our Twitter, which is @ANavyCon. And you can reach out via email, ianboley@tanu.edu. One final word before we begin. This evening's presenters are coming to us from a variety of locations. We've got procedures in place in case we have technical issues, but as we all know from COVID, nothing ever runs perfectly. If something comes up, the blame's on me. I'm the conference organizer. It's my responsibility. So please let me know if you have issues. Now, speaking of the future, it's time for our first presenter, Matthew Ader. Matt comes to us from across the pond, where he's a student at the Department of War Studies at King's College London. His research is focused on the intersections of climate change and grand strategy in North Africa. He's a frequent contributor to security blogs, including Wobble Room, Grounded Curiosity, and Angry Staff Officer. In his spare time, he can generally be found trying to analyze science fiction and fantasy books for military lessons learned, and he says the record on this is so far somewhat mixed. Matt, you're up.
The Imperium's Force Design after the Horus Heresy. What I'm going to do is first give a background brief. So if you're looking at that slide going, what the hell is happening? Why is this cathedral flying through space? Get a bit of context. And then get into my thesis, which is that the Imperium's civilian government coped with a major political challenge by a combination of military reform and sort of religious autocracy in ways that maybe aren't directly applicable to the US Navy and the wider defense establishment today, but could offer some interesting insights and ways of approaching historical case studies. So first of all, bit of background. in the 25th millennium, so sort of roughly 23,000 years from now, the human Commonwealth Federation rules the galaxy, and everything is great. Well, apparently. Unfortunately, there's a variety of things, including warp storms that block travel between solar systems, that mean this Commonwealth falls apart. In the 30th millennium, 5,000 years later, the warp storms clear away, and this character, the Emperor, we don't know his name, it's a thing in the lore, it's a bit peculiar, arrives on, he kind of emerges on Earth, and he has a plan to reunify all of humanity into the Imperium of Man under his leadership. And to do this, he does a bunch of different things, but his key thing is creating. One moment, sorry. Yes, excellent. Is creating the Space Marine Legions, and I'm sorry to say, Space Marines get a fair bit of press coverage in Warhammer. So if you're not a fan of Marine Corps, I'm very sorry. And to lead the Marines, Marine Legions, he sets up the Primarchs, 18 genetic sons of the Emperor. Unfortunately, these are stolen by dark gods as infants. It's a bit dramatic. And so he leads his armies around the galaxy on a great crusade to reunify the Imperium, to reunify humanity into the Imperium, I should say. And along the way, he finds the Primarchs and puts them in charge of his legions. And here are some of the Primarchs in a row. And this all goes fantastic for a few centuries. Unfortunately, however, for various reasons, including the manipulations of dark gods and tax disputes, very common combination I'm given to understand, 9 of the Primarchs, led by the Primarch Horus, this guy here with the wolf on his shoulders, rise in revolt against the Emperor. And this leads to what is known as the Horus Heresy. And here you can see the Emperor and Horus. And this is a civil war which lasts 9 years, trillions are killed, the Imperium is barely survives the process. The Emperor is mortally wounded and placed upon the Golden Throne, sort of a life support device to sustain him, but he can't talk or anything, and Horus is killed. So after the Horus Heresy, the High Lords of Terror, also known as the High 12, the civilian government of the Imperium, have a really difficult challenge because they need to find a way of rebuilding the Imperial military without sowing the seeds of a second Horus Heresy. And this is tricky in any case, right? Post-conflict reconstruction, never an easy task. But it's made much harder because, well, this is Warhammer and nothing can be nice and easy. The first thing is the range of threats is quite significant. There are the surviving traitors from the Horus Heresy, some of whom you can see here, looking rather edgy here, this image, have sort of found refuge in deserted regions of space and continue to pose a threat. You've got various alien species, many of which are very unpleasant, and especially the orcs, which are everywhere and are very hard to get rid of. Plus also the normal sort of problems of dissent and rebellion, which every empire has to deal with. So this is really exacerbated by the rather unfortunate astrogeography of the Imperium. The Imperium is huge. Here is one sort of sector star map. It's as you can see from the Pripyat there, it is fan art, but it's quite accurate to my mind. This is one very small part of the Imperium, and each of these little white dots is a solar system. So it's huge. And this has a couple of kind of key concerns, I guess, for the imperial government. The first is that communication is unreliable and really slow. It takes, in canon, decades, even centuries, even high priority requests to reach the imperial center. And that makes coordinating operations very hard. It's also, as you can see, actually quite maritime in some respects. Sure, each of these specs, each of these solar systems with their planets, requires land forces to control, but you also need to establish space control, maritime power essentially, to exercise influence and wage campaigns. And you need really strong, effective inter-armed cooperation to do this. So the very military solution, at least to my mind, I'm very interested to hear Q&A in Discord about this, would be to empower local commanders with plenipotentiary authority to make war and make peace without direct having to go back to the imperial center, and they would have joint command over both navy and army assets. The idea being that they would be able to do that inter-armed coordination. Problem is, though, that's very much like the kind of thing which led to the Horus Heresy, because if someone has enough command authority and enough forces and enough jointness to wage a campaign in this kind of theater, they have enough of all of those characteristics to march on terror and they're trying to overthrow it. And this, of course, cannot be allowed to happen. So this is how the High Lords stumble upon this sort of new interpretation and this new strategy of first splitting up their armies and then gluing them back together again with religious ideology. So here's a little diagram I made of the Imperium's military before the Horus Heresy. You've got the Imperial Army that actually contains both the Army and the Navy. I'm sorry to say that the colonel of the Army Regiment also commanded a naval cruiser. And you have the Space Marine Legions, which were groups of genetically enhanced soldiers, but they have multi-domain assets. I should add at this juncture, Games Workshop, the company that produces Warhammer, is notoriously awful at numbers. So if you want to add a few zeros on the end of these, just help your sense of disbelief, whatever it might be, that's excellent. Go for it. And these groups under the command of the Primarchs. So that's a fairly unified joint military. It's capable of doing multi-domain operations at all levels. Very modern and effective. This is the unholy mess that it split up into after the Horus Heresy. So you can see here the Guard, the Navy, and the Aeronautica handle our kind of standard spheres of operation. You've got two separate military police forces. You've got two semi-civilian groups that handle different elements of logistics. You've got various MISC organizations, many of which have their own military power. And you also have Space Marine chapters. So the legions are split up into much smaller formations. And all their heavy armor is taken from them, all their heavy artillery, most of their air support, most of their naval assets, except sort of what we would think of as monitors and amphibious assault ships, also taken from them. So the reason for this is kind of twofold. Firstly, it prevents any one commander from, that not only are these split up into different arms and groups, they're also given very high levels of political representation at the sort of level of the High Lords of Terror. And they're given, all of them, I think, actually, independent, semi-independent recruiting and production bases. So there will be an Imperial Guard recruiting world, which the Imperial Guard basically runs. There'll be Space Marine chapters, each have their own recruiting worlds, that kind of stuff. So what this means is that any large force is actually really an alliance of a bunch of different military fiefdoms, much more than it is sort of a singular joint force. And this means that it's much harder to have any kind of revolt, because let's say a naval admiral goes traitor. Well, he has to convince all of these people to go with him. Otherwise, he will lack the sufficient combat power and service support elements to really wage a war of rebellion. And this is fantastic for the Imperium, as you might imagine, politically. However, militarily problematic, because this is not great for coordination and central control in joint operations. And as we saw from the astrogeography slide, joint operations absolutely critical to the Imperium. So that's where the second part of the High Lord strategy come in, and that is religion. So the Imperium before the Horus Heresy is secular. It is aggressively secular, in fact. But during the Horus Heresy, this thing called the cult of the Emperor Savior emerges, and that is this concept that the Emperor sacrifices himself to save humanity from devils and whatnot, and he is divine for doing so. And this later becomes a state church promoted by the High Lords, by the government. And the idea is that the Emperor sacrificed himself for all of us, for humanity. Therefore, humanity must in turn sacrifice themselves for the Imperium and the Emperor. And if they do that, then the Emperor and the Imperium, as embodied through him, will achieve military glory and success. So it's not entirely divorced from a kind of Christian origin. You can definitely see the design is taking on Christian elements here, but they're sort of highly militant aspects. And this is really useful for a couple of reasons. The first, of course, is that by having this common ideology, this common culture, you can unify these disparate elements of a galactic military that has, as noted, been just shattered by the High Lord's actions. And that's really helpful. The second thing, which I think is also really useful, is that the Emperor is, if not dead, certainly not in a position to make regular temporal statements. And therefore, it's really handy for the High Lords to be placing absolute authority and loyalty to authority in the hands of someone who can't get messing up their plans in the temporal world. It also means they can adapt the Emperor to fit different cultural kind of concepts. For example, on one world, the Emperor will be worshipped as he is in this bit of art, as the sun, essentially. and another he might be worshipped as something more like a sort of giant sea monster, perhaps. And as long as it's the emperor, that is fine, and that's a sort of really generic unifying feature of the Imperium that's pretty helpful for them. And as you can see, I found this nice quote about the Imperial Navy, as this is NavyCon after all. But also this concept of war as a crucible of faith is really useful because it's essentially promoting this concept that being at war is fine, that the Imperium can endure through war, and in fact, seeking war is a useful thing. And if you are a military autocracy enmeshed in constant warfare, this is a helpful ideology to kind of stick to. So let's take a quick step back over this lovely picture of some Marines doing a last stand, and just obviously say that I'm not trying to say that the US Navy should adopt the Imperium's policy on anything, right? That's very worrying. Warhammer is a grim, dark future for a reason. However, Warhammer is also, quite intentionally, a pastiche of a bunch of different historical epochs, of different dynamics. The use of religion as a unifying factor, the division of military and civilian authorities in different groups, the problems of communication, distribution of operations, and joint missions. These are all real factors that have impacted militaries and autocracies in past and future. Sorry, past and present even, and likely will in future too. And so Warhammer may provide an interesting way, an insightful way of approaching these from a new angle. And I think that given we're looking for any advantage we can with analysis, we may as well have a quick look at Warhammer. Plus, I think it's just really quite good fun. And I think on that note, I'll hand it back to you, Ian.
Wonderful. Thank you, Matt. Okay, our next speaker is Major Nicholas Narbatovsky. He's the Military Vice Dean at the U.S. Air Force Squadron Officer School. He previously served as Operations Officer for the 30th Student Squadron at Maxwell Air Force Base in Alabama. He's published works of fiction and nonfiction in Over the Horizon, a journal focusing on joint all-domain operations. His most recent work, On Force, is a study of airborne special reconnaissance available in Air and Space Power Journal. Major Narbatovsky is a senior pilot and has flown 476 combat sorties in support of Operations Enduring Freedom, Inherent Resolve, and Freedom Sentinel. Major Narbatovsky holds a Bachelor's of Engineering from the United States Air Force Academy, a Master of Science in Operations Management from the University of Arkansas, and a Master's of Military Operational Art and Science from Air Command and Staff College. And let's welcome Nick. All right, you are.
Hey, thanks, Ian. I appreciate it. So, man, I am so excited to talk to you all tonight about science fiction. It is one of my favorite topics, and honestly, I read it almost to the detriment of every other genre. I started reading science fiction almost as soon as I could read, and I believe the first book that I managed to finish cover to cover was Asimov's Foundation. Now, admittedly, I was about 9 years old, so I missed a lot of it, but ever since then, I've been loving to read science fiction and thinking about why it matters and why I care. So I'd like to open up my talk with a little discussion on why exactly we should study science fiction. So when you find a principle holds true, both past, present, and future, that's something that matters. That's something you can use to make decisions in the here and the now. The geopolitical landscapes of science fiction are often the element that is the most true, and for good reason. You have to connect with people, and geopolitics are inherently human. So when we see believable geopolitical elements in science fiction that connect our past with our present and possibly our future, I think we should take a close look at what those underlying geopolitical elements are and what we can use, what we can do with those to make our decisions today. So before I start down the road of the Expanse and Battlestar Galactica. Those are two of the most amazing science fiction franchises out today and two of my personal favorites. I think it's really important that we start by defining our terms. After all, I'd hate to launch into a long-winded explanation of the migratory patterns of ducks when we can all see that this is a rabbit. So this man, Carl Gottfried Philipp von Clausewitz, was a military theorist who lived at the turn of the 18th into the 19th century. Now, his work is held as a seminal work. However, I don't want the chat to devolve into a swirling vortex of internet trolls, so we're not actually going to debate the merits of Clausewitz's theories on war. We're just going to use his definition. So his definition of absolute war holds that at other forces, other pressures in war, both sides will use everything in their power, bring everything they have to bear to win a war. Now, this is his platonic ideal of warfare. So obviously in the real world, things don't ever actually get to this level. However, he believes that absent everything else, war is this. So when I say the word absolute war, I want you to remember these words. Kill them with all the things. All right. Sometime later in the timeline of humans killing each other for land and power, there came along this man, Sir Julian Stafford Corbett. Corbett had many ideas about naval power and shaped a lot of what we do with our ships today. So he had an idea that the Navy was uniquely suited to something he called limited war. And his argument was that at some point, there is a balance between risk and reward. And so nations will inherently try to balance these things. And at some point, it tips past the point where you can wager losing your ships. Take this, for example. This is the MCRN Doniger. It's from the universe of the Expanse, and it's the greatest warship that humanity has ever put together. Now, risking this ship is one thing, but to scale, what about this ship? At what point does risking your naval forces become not worth the reward that you're going to get? So again, Sir Julian Stafford Corbett's idea of limited warfare holds true with the Navy. This quote on the bottom is important, but the last part of it here is that because of this, naval operations should seek to be able to isolate a distant object or to control it, as well as to render impossible the invasion of the home territory. But at all costs, you need to keep that fleet together and in existence. This is the idea of conservation in naval warfare. All right, so I've identified two different terms. I'd like to go in and coin a phrase if I could, and that is the interest spectrum. So we're going to take three completely random nations. Maybe they have geopolitical significance these days. Maybe they don't. I don't know. We're going to go Russia, China, the United States. And we're going to look at their interests. So the idea here is that when interests do not overlap, there is very little competition and very little conflict going on. These gray circles signify the influence or the interests of these nations. Now, the problem with humans is that we tend to expand. We tend to overlap. That's just the nature of humanity. So eventually, whether it's due to technology or other forces, those nations come together. Here, in this geopolitical situation where we would have an overlap of interests, this is where things get interesting. Conflict, competition. This side of the spectrum is more towards the side of absolute war, whereas the other side of the spectrum is more towards limited warfare. Here, with everybody living on top of each other, you get into the Venn diagram of death. So let's look at this universal principle in action in science fiction. The universal principle here we're examining is that, put simply, when the spheres of interest of nations overlap enough, the warfare we need to prepare for is that of absolute war and not limited war. The geopolitical and technological situation of the Expanse is pretty interesting. The solar system is colonized. There's two independent superpowers, Earth and Mars, but the time and cost of crossing the distance between them is still relatively high. We're limited by light speed, and so while the interests of the nations certainly overlap, it's not so much they can afford to fight each other tooth and claw. As such, you see a lot of relative stability between Earth and Mars. The warships of both fleets tend to patrol shipping lanes and ensure freedom of navigation, and they secure the ports of each nation. So we're on the limited warfare side of the spectrum. However, there is one nation in the Expanse whose interests overlap with everybody's, and that's the fledgling nation of the Belt. Now, spoiler alert here, we see that the principle still holds true because when the Belt decides to become together as a nation, the Free Navy, that's the Navy that the Belters put together, actually throws stealth-coated asteroids at the Earth. Now, if that's not an absolute warfare tactic, I can't imagine what is. So let's even take a further example. I talked about the Doniger earlier. Here it is. This is the MCRN Doniger. It's the flagship of the Mars Congressional Republic Navy. It weighs 500 meters long and has a dry weight of approximately 250,000 tons. And it's as tall as a 130-story building. It could deploy multiple warships carried within, and it carried a nuclear arsenal that was big enough to glass a continent. It's part carrier, part dreadnought. It's the most fearsome craft ever designed and built by humans. But you know what it was used for? Not waging war, but anti-piracy. That's right. When the Donninger picked up the survivors of the ice hauler known as the Canterbury, it was engaged in anti-piracy, which it did the vast majority of the time. Sorry, not those pirates. These pirates. And if you get that reference, hats off to you. So, in general, the nations of the Expanse are operating largely to the middle or left of that spectrum of interest. Let's take another example out of science fiction, one of my personal favorites, Battlestar Galactica. Battlestar Galactica is complicated. You don't have just 3 nations, you have 12 in 4 separate solar systems. Now, initially looking at this chart, it's pretty busy, but look at some of the distances that are involved here. 0.16 light years between these 2 solar systems. In each one, you have 3, 2, maybe 4, but really not that many planets that are actually colonized. There are more than enough resources across these 4 areas for all of these nations to have all of their interests met. What's the critical component? Through the magic of science, they have actually figured out how to instantaneously travel. So we're talking about technology enabling a change in the geopolitical nature. So while the physical spaces in Battlestar Galactica are huge, in reality, geopolitically, they're stacked up like cordwood, so their nations definitely overlap. Now you may be thinking, well, there's not actually a conflict between these nations of Kobol in the series. But if you look back enough in canon, you'll find that there actually was a War of the 12 Colonies where they all went after each other. And it actually took the arrival of the Cylons to show up and try and kill everybody to drive humanity together. So, quick recap. Absolute war is everything in the kitchen sink. Limited war balances that risk and reward. And the interest spectrum kind of goes from, leave me alone, I'll leave you alone, to like, I'm definitely going to need everything you have. So, this is the principle, and we see that it holds true in the future, and we've seen it play out in the past. So what do we do with it today? Well, what it comes down to is the new American way of war, which is known as Joint All-Domain Operations, or JADO. JADO is not just a new set of doctrine. It's an idea. It's a mindset. It's a way of thinking. It's a paradigm. It's about thinking in 4 dimensions, not just 3. It's about talking through land, air, space, and cyberspace. It's a complex environment. We try to create convergence of effects at time and places of our choosing to keep our enemies off balance and behind. So that's the idea of joint all-domain operations. It's the newest way that we are trying to think about how the future of warfare enabled by our technology might play out. So what does the Navy do right now? In history, and is held by our good friend Clausewitz, in general, warfare that is closest to his idea of absolute war actually happens among nations that are neighbors. It's quite easy to walk across an imaginary line on a map and shoot somebody. It is significantly harder to build a navy, cross an ocean, and then shoot somebody. So the US Navy and naval power in general has evolved around the principle of conservation. Don't take a fight you don't know you can win, preserve the existence of the fleet, and continue the fight. Secure the homeland. That's a huge piece, and lines of communication. Oftentimes, merely the presence or existence of naval craft is enough to make the enemy account for them and throw them off balance. Don't get me wrong, the Navy projects power and it does it very well, but as we develop our concept of joint all-domain operations, it's not central to it. So what should the Navy be doing? This is the strategist's essential question. Like, okay, we've identified these things, so what? So here's my argument. In the future of conflict, we are not going to have minutes, hours, or days to make decisions. It's going to come right down to seconds. Even naval battles are incredibly fast-paced in modern conflict. Whereas we used to have lots of time to think about targeting and move things around on the board, we can't even be assured that drawing away from the shoreline will protect us. I mean, a lot of the artillery and rockets that are land-based can reach hundreds, if not, hundreds and hundreds of miles out to sea, and they're targetable from overhead platforms or even space-based platforms. This fundamentally changes the way we look at naval power. So, while there has been a significant uptick in naval engagement in joint exercises, interoperability, and naval power being used more as a combat power rather than just an existing deterrent. The basic paradigm of how we view naval power hasn't shifted. The Navy needs to take on the mindset of absolute war. Now, what are the operational and tactical level implications? I'm not a naval officer, so I'm not going to try and come up with what those should be, but they definitely need to happen. I mean, look at what General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has already tasked the Navy with, integrating fires across joint all-domain operations. Fires are a critical warfighting capability and something that the Navy needs to take a central role in and integrate throughout the entirety of joint all-domain operations. Now, focus on that sensor shooter web network, electromagnetic superior operations, or deployment of human AI teaming, I don't know. But the way in which we view naval power and how we choose to employ it definitely needs to change. So, if you take nothing else from this talk, please take this away. We are far closer to that Venn diagram of death than anybody really gives it credit for. Gone are the days of the naval captain going out to sea and not being heard of for months. We are so close to each other with the advent of new technology. And here's the kicker. You remember in Battlestar Galactica where they had a similar situation where their technology enabled them to be so close to each other geopolitically? We don't have the Cylons to force us all to work together. As of now, the only existential threat to humanity is us. So our interests are deeply overlapping. So as we hammer out these concepts of joint all-domain operations and doctrine, we have to do so in the context of absolute war. It really is time to get all hands on deck. Thank you very much, and that's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Nick. Our next speaker leads off the first part of our Star Wars panel. That's right. We've got panels this time, folks. Corey Holland of the U.S. Air Force is a master navigator with over 2,800 hours and over 1,000 combat hours in the F-15E Strike Eagle. He graduated from Western Kentucky University in 1995 with a Bachelor of Arts in Speech Communication and Religion. He was commissioned through Officer Training School in 1998 and earned his wings in 1999. Colonel Holland's a 2004 graduate of the USAF Weapons Instructor course. He holds master's degrees from American Military University, Air Command and Staff College, the School of Advanced Military Studies, and the Air War College. He commanded the 332nd Operations Support Squadron at an undisclosed location in the Middle East. He has 6 operational deployments in support of Operations Southern Watch, Enduring Freedom, Iraqi Freedom, Noble Eagle, and Inherent Resolve. He's published articles on Star Wars, the Mexican-American War, and multi-domain operations. Most recently, he was a student in the Grand Strategy Seminar at the Air War College at Maxwell Air Force Base, Alabama. He's currently an Air War College Faculty Development PhD Fellow at Temple University, where he studies early American military history. He's a busy guy, but at least he's not the snacko. Corey, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening. I would like to thank the Imperial Senate Armed Services Committee, and especially Senator Bail Organa for initiating this inquiry and inviting me here to speak on the leadership effectiveness of Grand Admiral Mithrad Narudu. I believe you will find our results a bit surprising given the popular narrative the Grand Admiral has been able to craft concerning his overall efficacy in dealing with the insurrection on Lothal and the larger rebellion. Grand Admiral Mithrad Narudu, more commonly called Thrawn, is not, in fact, a roided-out smurf with a raging case of pink eye. Rather, he is a Chiss male who has risen rapidly in the ranks of the Imperial Navy in the last several years. Our analysis shows that while he is a phenomenal tactician, he has advanced beyond his capabilities because of his poor interpersonal and team-building skills. He is the naval equivalent of a turtle on a fence post. He doesn't belong there, he doesn't know what to do next, and you know he didn't get there alone. For the reasons I will go into shortly, we in the Inspector General's office believe that he should be immediately demoted to a more suitable rank and placed in a tactical position where his singular talents can be most effective. Now, we do not come to these recommendations lightly, so allow me to explain the methodology that we used. Leadership skills are different at different levels of responsibility, and as any soldier or sailor ascends in rank, the need for tactical skill decreases, while the demands for larger perspective increase. Throughout it all, though, leaders need to be able to communicate effectively and build functioning, integrated teams. For example, a stormtrooper needs to know how to maintain and use his blaster, but requires very little strategic thinking. Alternatively, hand-to-hand combat skills are particularly required for a Grand Admiral, but he or she does need to understand how operations fit within the larger goals of the Empire. Based on his position, we contend that Thrawn's responsibilities lie here. To break down this even further, we have devised a list of 7 leadership metrics. They are job knowledge. A leader needs some tactical level skill to effectively wage war. Leadership skills. This concerns the promotion of a healthy organizational climate and working well with others. Does the officer foster teamwork and have the respect and confidence of his subordinates as well as his superiors? Professional qualities, things like loyalty, discipline, dress and appearance, and accepting responsibility. Organizational skills are about planning, coordination, and resource use. Does the officer work well within the organizational structure and use the resources he has wisely? Judgment and decisions, making accurate, logical, and appropriate decisions. Does the officer balance risk and reward? Communication skills are fairly simple. Can the officer speak or write or listen effectively? And finally, physical fitness, also fairly self-explanatory. So how does all of this map onto the levels of leadership? Well, here's what we've determined. While physical fitness is most important to personal leadership at the tactical level in the bottom left-hand corner, organizational skills are unsurprisingly important at higher levels of leadership in the organizational context at the upper right of the slide. Again, Thrawn's responsibilities lie here. So most important for him are judgment and decisions, leadership skills, and organizational skills. Unfortunately, he's just bad. He has had a meteoric rise, though. 5 years ago, he was in exile on an unnamed planet in the Wild Regions. When Captain Voss Park of the destroyer Strikefest discovered his hut, rather than just speaking to him like a normal person, Thrawn killed 4 stormtroopers, took out 2 V-Wing fighters, and then stowed away aboard the ship. And for reasons that are passing understanding, Captain Park decided that deserved an audience with the Emperor. And that's how Thrawn came to enlist in the Navy. He was a commissioned lieutenant and then graduated from the academy in 3 months. His first assignment was aboard the Blood Crow as a weapons officer, and he received high marks from Captain Rick Virgilio. When Captain Philia Rossi took over, Thrawn had been there for about 18 months. She was not a fan. In the Dromedare incident here, Thrawn chose to capture a few pirates while allowing others to escape with the expensive Tabana gas that he had been tasked to retrieve. For that, he was suspended and court-martialed, found not guilty, and then promoted. Yes, all of that, in that order. Next, he joined Commander Alfron Chano aboard the Thunder Wasp. In the Battle of Umbara, Thrawn was responsible for the maneuvers that, while winning the battle, directly violated the orders of the commanding admiral. So for disobeying orders, he got promoted again and placed in command of the Thunder Wasp. From there, he ordered the burning of crops and targeting of local businesses during the Cypher-Afi conflict and got court-martialed again and found not guilty again and then promoted again. As an admiral on board the Chimera now, he orchestrated the Battle of Bataan, where he ordered attacks against the ocean in order to cause a tsunami against civilians. Then massive explosions while the planetary defense shield was up, which is the equivalent of putting a body in a blender and hitting puree. For that, he was promoted again. So to summarize, in 5 years, Thrawn went from exile to Grand Admiral of the Empire in less than 5 years, with 2 courts-martials and only 1 potential war crime. And all of that brings us to the disaster that has been the last 6 months on Lothal. No one can doubt his professional qualities, physical fitness, and communication skills. He looks and sounds good. On Lothal, his job knowledge has been excellent. He innovatively used local art to deduce the identity of rebel leaders. This is where the compliments will end. Thrawn fails to foster teamwork or motivate his subordinates. He does amazing things, but he alone does them. And did I mention that he was court-martialed? Twice. His organizational skills are equally poor. It's all about resources. Thrawn either doesn't use enough or wantonly wastes them. Here, he's letting the rebels escape Mikapu because he had only assigned a single light cruiser to stop the planetary evacuation. And these are the plans to the TIE Defender that Thrawn allowed the rebels to steal. Now, imagine what would happen if the rebels were able to capture the plans to our other major weapon systems in development. But his worst mistakes come in judgment and decision. As mentioned, he wastes resources. In the Atolan blockade, he lost a Star Destroyer to Y-Wings. Y-Wings. Okay, even a blind squirrel is going to find an acorn every now and again, but that is no excuse for losing a capital ship to the worst spacecraft in the galaxy. Here's Thrawn during that action with, oh my, that's Traitor Callus on the bridge during the fight. But at least he managed to hang on to him, because in his time on Lothal, Thrawn has captured every single member of the cell known as the Spectres, and every single one of them has escaped. And if this isn't bad enough, he continues to place himself in places he just flat out doesn't belong. There is no reason a Grand Admiral should be leading a ground assault or executing prisoners. Speaking of Atolan, that is a textbook example of risk outweighing reward. He used his brilliance with art interpretation to identify the location of the base. He established a blockade that was able to withstand a rebel attempt to break it, but to be fair, they were using Y-Wings, so how serious were they? Beyond that, though, Thrawn's decisions were poor. We've talked about Callus being on the bridge during the fight. He also put Admiral Constantine in a position of prominence despite that admiral's demonstrated inability to follow orders. And his personally led ground assault resulted in the loss of 2 of our advanced AT-ATs from a weather phenomenon, as Thrawn put it in his report. More likely, his lack of planning and investigation failed to accurately determine the threat level on the planet. Hey, but at least the rebels escaped, right? Here's the basic issue. Thrawn's responsibilities lie here. This gap is where inefficiencies and failures live, between his ability and his responsibility. Now, to put this all in perspective, we have done a similar analysis on a rebel leader who has dealt Thrawn several defeats. Hera Syndulla. Born shortly before the Clone Wars to Ryloth General Chan Syndulla, she became a pilot and left Ryloth to begin her own insurrections. Her ship, the Ghost, was spotted during the Gorse conflict, and we believe that is where she met Kanan Jarrus. The two developed a relationship and have been together for the past 9 years. Approximately 2 years ago, she began working with the so-called Rebel Alliance, primarily on Lothal. She most recently was promoted to leader of Phoenix Squadron, although our intelligence indicate that the squadron was all but annihilated during the Battle of Atolan. Despite the obvious problem of fraternization with Jarrus and the emotional attachment that has led to several tactical errors, Syndulla's leadership throws Thrawn's deficiencies into stark relief. Her leadership at the strategic level has been commendable. She fosters teamwork and builds her followers. One of her proteges, Sabine Wren, basically this artsy hipster with a sword, became the de facto leader of the Mandalorian resistance and wielder of the dark saber. As an aside, I recommend tasking Lieutenant Gideon here with the retrieval of the dark saber. Anyway, Syndulla clearly trusts her subordinates with information, judgment, and mission success. I mean, come on. This group of terrorists has a promotional poster. She or her team have led several successful operations on Lothal, Ryloth, Mandalore, Atolan, among a handful of other systems. Many of these successes have been against Grand Admiral Thrawn, despite her very limited resources. By definition, insurgents work with constrained resources, but her successes have been remarkable, given the amount of manpower, equipment, and really money the Empire has sunk into Lothal and Thrawn's schemes. For the love of all things holy, they're so desperate they even steal Y-Wings. Can you imagine being so desperate that you would actually want that piece of junk? But I digress. She's managed to get promoted also without ever being court-martialed. But she does have some flaws, most notably the fraternization with Jarrus. Additionally, she relies on ad hoc action at a level not really seen since Anakin Skywalker was committing war crimes. I'm pretty sure this is as close as she's ever been to a planning table. The gap between Syndulla's responsibility level and her talents is minuscule, As such, we, her enemy, have very limited room to exploit the opportunities that her mistakes create. This case illustrates basic leadership principles that we try to instill in our junior officers. At higher levels of command, wise use of resources and fostering teamwork are more important than individual tactical skill. Syndulla is just better at Thrawn at strategic levels. There is no reason that the rebels should be able to inflict so many casualties, destroy so much equipment, and steal so much technology and information. Good leaders leverage the strength of others, but Thrawn seems incapable of doing so. With our superior resources, we should be able to triumph. In the meantime, Syndulla just overmatches Thrawn at the strategic level. Therefore, we suggest demotion and redeployment to take advantage of Thrawn's abilities at the tactical level. I thank you for your time and attention and stand ready for any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you, Corey. And for those of you who are wondering about the flagrant anti-Y-wing bias, get over it. Our next speaker in the Star Wars panel is Matt Bucher. Matt is a U.S. Navy veteran in the Washington, D.C. area, currently working on his master's in history with a focus on historical preservation. He studies at the George Washington University. He earned his BA in International Affairs last year. When he isn't at work, studying, or arguing about science fiction online, he spends his time exploring public lands with his wife. Matt, you are up.
Thank you. So, hey everyone, my name is Matt. Same disclaimer as everyone else, these are my opinions, not that of anyone I work for or I go to school for. I have divided my presentation into 5 parts. First, the origin of the presentation. Second, the political and security situation of the Galactic Empire. Third, 3 broad ship types and classes that the Imperial Navy had. Fourth, the Death Star, since this is about the full structure of the Imperial Navy. And finally, where are all these small ships? So this presentation is a critique of a presentation from NavyCon 2017. At this presentation, the author claimed that basically the Imperial Navy was ill-suited for counterinsurgency because it was too big. It had too many big ships, no small ships. The problem with this is that it essentially ignored everything other than the original trilogy. It was poor methodology. At the time, in 2017, Rebels had been out. Rogue One had incorporated aspects from Rebels, so it had been canonized in the TV series. And since then, that foundations of canonity, I guess, have only grown stronger. You've had The Mandalorian, you have more characters from Rebels going to the big screen. And I'm hoping that this presentation kind of, fleshes out, both the structure and the policy of the Imperial Navy. So, first of all, you have to remember that the late Empire, even after the Senate was dissolved, was fundamentally a federal one. You had systems and sectors with strong defense forces. Some of them were so strong that even weaponless systems like Alderaan could gift corvettes to the Lothal insurgency out in the Outer Rim. There was an example of one that was gifted in the TV series Rebels. It was in Rogue One. And it was more Imperial Germany than Third Reich. With that in mind, broadly speaking, you had 3 system types you could kind of class together. One was the Core World, the Mid-Rim, the Outer Rim. Coincidentally, this fits very well with the systems theory in international relations of you have a cadre of core nations, then you have the semi-periphery and the periphery. It fits almost fantastically. A core world like Kuat or Alderaan has the military and political and financial clout of an entire sector in the Outer Rim. And the Imperial Navy reflected that. Rebels in the Outer Rim were not going to topple Coruscant. But despite all this, but despite knowing that they had to focus on these wealthy planets as the main security threat, the Imperial Navy still had a broad spectrum of ships that had conscriptory duties. For example, you had these small, well, I'm calling small boys, something smaller than a Star Destroyer. You have Gazanti class cruisers. You have Arquitens light cruisers. You have interdictor Star Destroyers, which I have said are smaller than regular Star Destroyers, and you have Khazar class escort carriers. These are all smaller ships that were very common both in written media and on a smaller screen. You saw them being used for interdiction, for AGI sort of collection, just providing air support for occupation forces and for screening for large battle groups. Then, of course, you had the Star Destroyers. We have at least 4 Star Destroyers, not counting the interdictor and large Star Dreadnoughts. The Victory, the Venator, the Imperial Star Destroyers, and the Tector. The Tector was in the Battle of Endor. Generally speaking, these operated kind of in cruising role. Think of it as a 19th century U.S. Navy, Royal Navy ship, far away from bases, and with that, they could operate by themselves, independent duty. They also engaged in fleet battles, planetary sieges, what have you. Finally, you have the big strategic assets: Star Dreadnoughts, like the Executive class and the Article class, torpedo spheres, and Death Stars. These are the ones that were much fewer and far between. They were held in close reserve, and obviously each one represented a big resource sink. These are mostly used either for fleet battles or planetary blockades and assaults. So we're talking about big resource sinks. Well, you have the Death Star, which is kind of the biggest big resource sink. It was huge. They kind of represented thousands of Star Destroyers worth of equipment. It could only be in one place at one time, but despite its cost, it really wasn't that big relative to the galactic economy. They were able to construct 2 of them, at least 2 of them, in secret, out in the boonies, in the middle of nowhere, far away from the industrial centers of the core. It was big in absolute terms, but think of it more as like the Manhattan Project of the U.S. government during World War II. Relativistically, it wasn't anything. It was difficult for rebels to kind of track the logistics chain for construction of a moonlet-sized battle station. So, but what did the Navy think about it? Well, the Navy opposed it. Grand Admirals Thrawn and Savage really opposed it. Again, this was something that it took a lot of power out of the Navy's hand. They could have built thousands of Star Destroyers with it. But the problem is, these were guys thinking in terms of fighting rebels in the Outer Rim. This was meant to handle Cold Wars. Again, the rebels are not the problem. You can tell that by Palpatine's intent, to keep the Senate until we don't need the Senate. The rebels are not the problem. The rich kobolds are the problem. One Death Star kind of puts a stop to worrying about having to have a long-term planetary siege with months or years with dozens or hundreds of Star Destroyers while the rest of the galaxy is watching it. You only need one Star Destroyer to kind of cow someone like Tatooine, but you need dozens or hundreds of them for a planet like Alderaan, which has planetary shield. As an aside, the novelization of The Last Jedi, Master Skywalker, had a vision about what would have happened if he had never gone to Tatooine. And what happened was Alderaan was destroyed, and several other core planets, but kind of stopped around number 4 or 5. So they weren't used against Tatooine. They weren't used against Hoth. They weren't used against Bespin. They were used against these big, rich core worlds. So we have talked about Death Star. I've kind of briefly touched on these other ships, but where are they? Well, a good in-universe rationalization would be that the big screen narratives from the original trilogy on, by and large, take place in the Outer Rim. It's far from naval bases, making operations for short-legged small ships difficult. It's possible that there was a guy on my cruiser who rode a Cyclone patrol craft from Little Creek to Bahrain, without being lifted or carried there. But it isn't fun. It isn't easy. It can impact operations. Keep in mind that these Kuat and Rindali designs were the first transgalactic warships in hundreds of years. And at the start of the Clone Wars, the Separatists were using modified long-haul cargo ships as their capital ships. If you want an outside of of universe rationalization? Well, we can kind of look at how Hollywood does stuff. Hollywood focuses on hero ships classes. You have battleships, you have aircraft carriers, you have submarines. You don't have a lot of Coast Guard cutters or minesweepers or refueling ships. It's kind of the same with science fiction. In the big screens, you have these beautiful battleships, fighting each other, and you got to portray the plucky underdogs who end up building their own large battleships post Endor. But in the TV series, the small screens, you see a lot smaller multi-use ships. You have Gazantes that are acting as AGIs. You have escort carriers. You have, interdictors that use gravity wells to kind of hold ships in place. It's easier to do this on TV screens where the galaxy is not at risk each episode. So that was my presentation. I'm glad that you're listening to it. I will be in the Discord for a little bit after this. And in conclusion, raise high and gig 'em.
All right, gig 'em. Our next message comes from the Simsex Bilge Pumps podcast. The Bilge Pumps is a laid-back, meandering chat on modern naval matters with a historical perspective. It strives to unravel the context and the complex details behind headline events through interviews with those in the know and wild speculation from those who don't. The weekly podcast is brought to you by the Center for International Maritime Security and Three Drips, who should know better than to spout ship. The Drips biographies are in our speaker bios document. Should be in the description of the video. So if you want to click on that and take a look, go ahead. We will be sharing a teaser of an event of a special episode that they'll be running. So hang on just a moment and I will set that up.
Set condition 1. I repeat, set condition 1. This is not a drill.
We're told that science fiction can be inspiring and useful for future military thinking. Okay, let's put it to the test.
This is the one of the weaknesses of the very high speed supersonic hypersonic missiles is the fact that if they do take an impact, because they're going so fast, they are their own worst enemy. If you're using like a Zircon and it's traveling at Mach 5, all of a sudden the impact of that half a gram of aluminium at Mach 5 is a heck of a lot worse than the same impact at a few hundred miles an hour.
If you've suddenly got to deal with the fact that, hang on, there's going to be flak, there's going to be all these things, your whole idea of your large striking missiles is you overwhelm the missile defenses because there's only so many missiles they can carry. Ships can carry a whole lot more flak.
If you can create an environment that's hostile enough that modern missile technology, no matter how much machine learning you give them, is just going to get horribly confused, and let's face it, there's nothing better at causing organized chaos than humans.
It's why I have no fear we would actually win the war with an AI, because they would not be able to deal with the sheer amount of chaos we would create.
You see these kind of errors. I mean, even in really basic things like the YouTube algorithm, for example. Probably all three of us have experienced this. YouTube boasts about its algorithm having, I mean, how many videos has the algorithm had a chance to review? It's got billions upon billions of hours of machine learning. It still screws up all the time and flags perfectly fine naval history videos and says, I don't believe this content is appropriate for advertisers. When
yes.
It turns out every time it goes to manual review, a human goes, what on earth are you talking about, you moronic machine?
My troll video on Force-K got flagged for pornography.
Yeah.
What in the name of?
Yeah. And I think this is actually going to be a major decision point for a lot of militaries going forward, because they're going to be trading off data density versus functionality, because you can have a wonderful network warfare system where everything talks to everything else and you have all the possible information, but the minute if you've got that, you've then got hundreds, if not thousands, of potential access points, and it only takes one of them to fail, and you're stuffed.
You need to balance it. You need that information connectivity because you need the information, but you also need to try and give yourself some protection. You need to have a system that you can go, if the computer stops working, do I have a backup to that? You can't allow yourself to have a single point of failure. And I look forward to the human AI hybrids, the cyborgs, which one day rule us. I am sure they're coming.
All right. Our next presentation is from Tracy Harp, and Tracy is taking advantage of this medium. She's got a lovely presentation using some really interesting visual aids. Lieutenant Commander Harp has been in the U.S. Navy since 2008 after attending Duquesne University School of Law, graduating cum laude in 2007, and she's a member of the Pennsylvania Bar and the New Jersey State Bar. During her time in the Navy, Lieutenant Commander Harps had the opportunity to complete her Master of Arts in National Security and Strategic Studies through the Naval War College, and her LLM in International Law at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University. Lieutenant Commander Harp deployed to Iraq in 2009 with the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Force, and in 2013 deployed to Afghanistan with SEAL Teams 4 and 10. Her most recent military deployment was with her current assignment as the Staff Judge Advocate of Carrier Strike Group 12, underway on the USS Abraham Lincoln from June 2019 to January of 2020. I'll be pulling up her video here in just a second.
Good evening. This is Diplomacy, Media, and the Role of Force in the Enderverse, Ender's Hope. This is based on the book Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card. Presenting today is Tracy Harp, and the views represented here are my own and do not represent the views of the United States Navy, the Department of Defense, or its components. A bit of background for me first. I'm the mother of 2 great kids, and I live with my husband and kids in Virginia. I'm an active duty Navy JAG, which means that I am a uniformed lawyer. JAGs are normally generalists unless we specialize in trial or something else. But my main experience in training in the JAG Corps is in operational law. This includes law of armed conflict, law of the sea, among other things. I've deployed all over, mostly to the desert in Iraq and Afghanistan. But last summer and into earlier this year, I had the opportunity of a lifetime to have deployed as part of the Abe Lincoln Carrier Strike Group on their Around the World tour. I do love sci-fi, mostly Doctor Who, and all things science and stars, but I also like to find metaphors and direct correlations between modern warfare concepts and the future of warfare. So why Ender's Game? Well, first, it is on several of the Defense Services reading lists, including the reading list of the Commandant of the Marine Corps. But it's also a book that requires some deep thought and reflection. There are a lot of complex issues, and I've found that every time I read it, I get something new out of it. Ender's Game, from a military perspective, is a story about strategic brilliance and the willingness to do everything it takes to survive, including devoting yours and your children's lives to the study of warfare. But if you dig a little deeper into the arguably shallow moralities portrayed in the book, it is a story about compassion, finding a way to communicate, finding a way to live together, and finding a way you make sure to take the time to totally understand the situation before taking military action. Communication and empathy are 2 keys to successful modern international diplomacy, which carries with it the hope that we can continue to coexist and provide mutual support for survival on this earth without war. As Sun Tzu's writings tell us, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. At the national level, diplomacy outwardly represents the objectives of a nation, and the national objectives then inform the objectives of the naval fleet as a tool. National objectives are driven by internal factors such as supply and demand, national politics, and even personal pride in one's nation through a concept that has been called nationalism. They're also driven by external factors, including economics, the needs of nations, and sometimes misunderstandings. Depending on the national objectives, the type of tool that a navy needs to be varies, and navies are historically a critical part of the international diplomacy efforts. Sometimes the navy acts as a band-aid, sometimes superglue, sometimes a hammer and a nail, sometimes a saw, all depending on the national interests at the time. In the context of this presentation, the analogy for national interests are on the intergalactic level, meaning those between species. In Ender's Game, the two species' attempts to fulfill their national interests do result in war, but there is hope for both species in the end. According to Karl von Clausewitz, war is a political instrument, a continuation of diplomacy, and a means to effect some political object. Some might see war as a failure of diplomacy, but Clausewitz would describe it as an extension of diplomacy. I think war may be one way that true diplomacy ends, though it is not the end of diplomacy. Whether you see diplomacy and war as interconnected or complete opposites, it is clear that through the waging of war, political considerations remain. Clausewitz notes that the result in war is never absolute. In Ender's Game, even the apparent annihilation of the enemy was not an absolute end. Like an onion, Ender's Game has many layers. And like most adults who go back and reread the books from their childhood, I always find different layers every time I read Ender's Game. I've applied my own experiences and thoughts as my understanding develops, and over the years I've found both reasons to despair and reasons to hope in the pages of Ender's Game. In the end, I believe the book leaves us with a future worth preserving and a means to preserve that future. The Formic's first failure of diplomacy happened way before the beginning pages of the book. Formix had absolutely no idea that humans were sentient and sent their fleet forward with their own survival interests in mind and nothing else. Formix are of hive mind, so they all think together. And it's clear from their dialogue at the end of the book that they would not have attacked humans in the first place if they had understood that each human individual was sentient and valued individual life. This was a concept so foreign to the Formix, it took a second wave of attack for them to realize it was even possible. Diplomacy and communication would have had its place way at the beginning had the Formix had the ability to communicate and engage. By the time we're at page 1 of Ender's Game, where humans were many generations into training and preparing for war, it was already too late. The way the Formix used their fleet for their forceful terraforming and colonization efforts certainly would have hampered early diplomatic efforts if they had attempted them. While a navy or a fleet is useful to project power and to protect our homeland and our allies, or for purposes of colonization, it's not always the best tool to communicate peaceful intentions to our competitors or enemies. Power is projected when deploying a fleet. This is one of the tools the Navy provides. Other tools might include deterrence, ensuring freedom on the high seas, and humanitarian aid. However, Formix had no desire or method of communication, so in this case, the war was not an extension of politics, or really a failure of diplomacy, but was a result of a failure to attempt diplomacy. After the first two waves of attack, humans were now driven by fear, which tends to drive out almost any other emotion or intention. A human international coalition was formed as humanity had found a common enemy, and while national interests were not eliminated, they were put on the back burner for many generations. Media freedoms were heavily controlled by some nations, while during the course of the book we see Ender's brother and sister exploiting the freedom of the web on the internet, creating extremely influential, albeit fake, political profiles in a bid to take control of the free earth after the Formic Wars had ended. And they were successful at this. Fear was fomented and factions created in an effort to fill the potential void and anticipate the power struggle that would likely result in a human victory. In 1977, I'm not sure that Mr. Carr would have realized just how relevant that story might be in 2020. It's easy to drive fear through anonymity and uncertainty. And in the deployment of navies, part of a navy's unique presence power is that the ocean, like space, is huge, and the unknown can drive fear and shape actions. It's difficult to fight an enemy you don't understand and who you cannot see, and whose full capabilities are kind of a mystery. It's also easy to fear such an enemy. Throughout the book, Ender seems to understand that something other than fear could and should drive our actions and reactions. But he doesn't fully form his point of view until the end of the book. Ender is a product of his society and was literally born for the purpose of warfare. So his thinking in this regard was truly radical. If compassion, understanding, and intentional communication are the hallmarks of good diplomacy, total annihilation is the opposite. He was not raised to think freely about these ethical issues, and yet he does, which makes him all the more remarkable. The speed of communication and travel is extremely important to war and diplomacy, and the way we communicate is ever-changing. Communications-wise, the web, as mentioned before, provides an on-Earth, nearly instant communication method, and eventually, the humans learned how to communicate by Ansible, which is a technology modeled after the Formic hive mind, and allows instantaneous communication across the fleet, even as it is 50 light years away from the commander. At the same time, the Formics spend the years of the human preparation trying to learn about humans and trying to communicate with Ender through his dreams and thoughts. As a result, humans communicate clearly and swiftly, while the Formics fail to communicate directly until it's too late to stop the battle. One other related issue has to do with the fog of a distant war. After Ender's final battle with the Formics, humans immediately engage in an earthly war that had been on pause during the same years that humanity had found peace in a common enemy. Humans divided once more into factions, and nationalism was reinvigorated, ending in an earth-wide bid for power. Power was not peacefully transferred to the old alliances, partly because it had been generations since a war had occurred on Earth. This danger is one often associated with a far-reaching fleet, the out-of-sight, out-of-mind syndrome. It is often easier to deploy your fleet to fight a battle far away than it is to fight a war in your own backyard. In the end, Ender provides hope for the humans and for the Formics. He recognizes the need for empathy, saying in one of the most oft-quoted lines of the book, quote, "It came down to this. In the moment when I truly understand my enemy, understand him well enough to defeat him, then in that very moment I also love him. I think it's impossible to really understand somebody, what they want, what they believe, and not love them the way they love themselves. And then in that very moment when I love them, I destroy them." In that thought, Ender is prioritizing his own survival over that of his enemy, that of the world of humans over the world of the Formics. This is not something he considers lightly. He does not feel good about his need to survive and the cost it levies. He is not always sure that the benefit is worth the cost. Ender mentions this to his sister, having spent more of his time in a space station than on Earth, that, quote, "It's easy to forget why Earth is worth saving, why the world of people might be worth the price you pay," end quote. For a warfighter, it seems to be a strange thought process to wonder if the cost is worth the price. However, it is a critical mindset that ultimately leads us away from war and back to diplomacy. With the Formics, the diplomatic efforts truly begin through Ender's dreams, as the Formics help him understand their point of view, and in the meantime acknowledge their failures. Ender responds by taking a huge risk in protecting the last queen in search of a suitable new home for their race. He responds by choosing not to engage in the human war, leaving the human world as a memory of what he fought for. In exchange, he spends his life searching for the perfect place to create new hope by securing a future for the Formics.
All right. Thank you, Tracy. Our next presentation is also about Ender's Game. That's right. We snuck another panel in there, guys. Holly Carter grew up in Missouri. She completed ROTC at the University of Florida and became a naval aviator. After a tour flying helicopters at HSL/HSM-48, she's been flying desks as an operations officer for 2 tours. She's a proud wife and mother of 3 and enjoys reading and writing in her spare time. All right, Holly, you're up.
All right, good afternoon, good evening. My presentation is called Our Own Worst Enemy, Fighting the Formic Wars. And it's a discussion on flaws in naval structure and leadership. So like everyone else, I'm not a representative of the DoD tonight. And also, while I'm discussing leadership, I want to make sure everyone knows I'm not talking about my past or present chain of command. I've actually had a lot of very good leaders in the Navy, and also not trying to say I am the perfect leader here. The presentation, we're going to be going following a young Mazer Rackham through the first and second Formic War trilogies, which are actually the prequel to Ender's Games, two prequel trilogies, the sixth of which is not actually published yet. So Mazer Rackham, he is from New Zealand, and he's in the military prior to the Formic invasion. He's an exceptional leader, strategist, and fighter, and he is going against the Formics, who have a kind of superior technology, impenetrable hulls, bioweapons, faster than light communications, also greater numbers. And during these trilogies, they're starting to theorize that the Formics are guided by a centralized mind here, and they're starting to call that the Hive Queen, which we'll see is a thing later. So we're actually going to start with a scene from the beginning of this, or towards the end of the series, and Mazer is in space. He's about to go up in battle against this alien race, and yet we're going to encounter him coming out of a meeting with one of his commanding officers, not worried about the Formics and all of their advantages, but concerned about how the people in the fleet are actually kind of their own worst enemy at the moment. So we have him saying his amusement at the absurdity of it all had dried up. This is why the Hive Queen will win, he thought. She knows no division. Her soldiers are never petty or spiteful or selfish. They never fight for position or prominence or more bars on his shoulder. So what we're asking is kind of how he got there and why this seems plausible. So I think my presentation is not actually pulling up here. Here we go. In the first Formic War, we see that, sorry. All right. Don't know why it's not letting me share, sorry.
It's all right. Go ahead and hit share screen.
And here we go.
All right, wonderful.
All right, thanks guys for bearing with me here. All right, so the first Formic War, we have detected the Formics coming towards Earth. Eventually the mothership parks outside of Earth. And then we see that Mazer is in China when the Formic landers arrive on assignment. The Formics start causing mass destruction through the use of bioweapons and terraforming. Mazer has to disobey orders in order to go attack the landers. And we see that despite the fact that we've got this mass destruction in China, that China is actually refusing assistance. And we have them saying China will want to handle this alone. Accepting help would be a show of weakness. The US would have done the same thing. It's selfish and asinine, but that's national pride for you. So again, is this something that's plausible where we would see this in the Navy, where this failure to admit you need help or resources would happen? And we actually saw during the, sorry. Trying to actually pull my presentation up for you. All right, well, there was a comprehensive review of surface forces incidents. It came out in October 2017. This was something the Navy published after there were 3 collisions and 1 grounding in kind of a short period of time. It led to the loss of 17 lives. And some of the things that we saw in that document were that leaders felt like they were under pressure to perform, unable to say no, and that they had to accept tasking even if they weren't actually ready for it. And we saw this quote from the document that says, "Our can-do culture has often differentiated us from our adversaries and been pivotal in bringing victory against overwhelming odds. It's a virtue when self-inspired, but it becomes a barrier to success when directed from the top down or when feedback is limited or missed. We want the can-do culture and must build the experience into our commanders that will reinforce it. However, when combined with an absence of foundational training and critical assessment, this attitude induced a slow erosion of standards and organizational drift away from the deliberate processes used to manage time, resources, and rest as a commitment to a safe way of operating." So here's a place where the attitude was expected and directed instead of cultivated and aided, and people felt like they were unable to ask for the help, and the kind of projection of power led to masking of weakness and eventually contributed to some of these incidences that we had. So we see Mazer going through, continuing to fight the Formics and also having to fight the bureaucracy as he goes. So he identifies some of the Formic weaknesses. He does ask for that help he needs. He leverages all the resources that he has, and eventually is able to destroy the Formic landers that have been in China and the mothership that is out just outside the Earth. Except it's not actually the mothership; it's a scout ship, and an entire fleet is on its way. So. During the second Formic War trilogy, we see Mazer joining the international fleet, and then he's assigned to a series of terrible commanders. And this whole series is basically a treatise on bad leaders you'll meet in the military. So the first person that he meets is assigned to is Colonel Vaganoff, who is an opportunist. He's there for personal gain. He's willing to kind of sacrifice the mission for the sake of his own interests. He seems really excited about having Mazer on his team initially, but he's trying to leverage Mazer's skills to build a relationship with a contracting company to have a lucrative relationship there for himself. And when Mazer refuses to kind of play along and threatens to expose him, Colonel Vaganov actually court-martials Mazer to discredit him and keep him quiet, and he attempts to rig the legal system against him. And Mazer kind of has to fight back against this. So where have we seen this in the Navy? Fat Leonard, if anyone's familiar with that scandal, where naval officers were willing to take money and other gifts in order and exchange that for critical information about Navy missions for their own personal gain. And I'm sure there's lots of smaller examples of that happening around the fleet as well. But Mazer's able to get out of this situation, again, gets some good ideas to the attention of the right people, and gets himself back into the fleet. And the next person that he is under is Colonel Dietrich. So Colonel Dietrich immediately dislikes Mazer simply because Mazer was assigned to his command against his will. So Colonel Dietrich kind of has the world revolving around him. He sees everything in terms of whether it helps or hurts his authority and his career. Later, when Mazer tries to bring important intel to Colonel Dietrich, he disregards that intel because he assumes that Mazer has some sort of ulterior motive. He accuses him of being a spy, and he can't fathom that someone would have non-political motives for doing something. So again, in the real Navy, we see that it's a continual complaint from junior officers that FitRep and eval systems kind of encourage that sort of political thinking, thinking everything in terms of how it helps or hurts you. And then we tend to promote the people that do have that kind of political mindset where they're only worried about themselves and their career. And then his next CO is Colonel Lee. So he's a pragmatist. He kind of sees people as tools, very much the end justifies the means sort of thinking. So we see one of the things Colonel Lee is doing is actually identifying other types of bad leaders, those who are incompetent or cowardly, and he is tasked with removing these leaders from their positions, which again would be a good thing if it weren't for the fact that he was sometimes doing that through assassination or pretend suicides or other not so good methods. So we see that he has mission accomplishment going for him, but again, it's at the expense of ethics and morality and kind of working his people in all the wrong ways. We're familiar, we see this, we know across the fleet as toxic leadership, right? So the kind of commanders who use their people, don't do good teamwork, and kind of discard the Navy values of, honor, courage, and commitment for the sake of getting things done. So as we continue through the second trilogy, we see kind of Mazer continuing to fight against the bureaucracy. Leaders are trying to suppress the Hive Queen theory. They say that's not plausible. Junior officers are discouraged from sharing information. We've got a lot of political maneuvering going on between individual leaders and different countries. We see procurement contracting issues, slow supply chain, all these things, meaning that we're not getting the right technology even built in the first place, or we're not getting it out to the fleet. So Mazer has to continue to kind of work against this host of problems that are coming from the bureaucracy. And again, we're just seeing that while the Formics have a lot of advantages, the internal issues for the Navy as far as structure and fleet are actually kind of the bigger problem that Mazer is working against. So again, these are somewhat familiar problems. If you're active duty, I pulled up some issues that were brought at one of our a recent conference where there are 150 officers who kind of put together a list of things that were anchors keeping the Navy down. We were able to vote on each other's ideas to talk about, things that other people agreed with. And you can see this list of popular answers covers things like promotions, being bad, outdated IT, outdated procurement systems, bad evaluation systems, so, trying to do more with less, inability to say no, these sorts of things. So the end of the book, we know Mazer is going to be able to overcome these obstacles and fight off the Formics, setting us up for the Initials Ender's Game. We're not lucky enough in our Navy to have a distinct enemy or distinct mission end. So it can be a little bit depressing to read a book like this and kind of be reminded of all these difficulties associated with being in the military. But when we watch a character that we grow to love and admire, like Mazer Rackham, kind of have to fight against these systemic flaws and bad leaders, it can help motivate us to innovate and to work against the bureaucracy rather than accepting that as status quo. It helps us to recognize leadership traits we want to avoid, and then also encounter scenarios that kind of challenge that and help us to hone our moral sense. Hopefully it helps give us the courage to do the right thing, even if it's hard or comes at the expense of career, finances, or pride. So definitely recommend this series as a story that can help us to recognize and understand some of the phenomenon we encounter in the real military and motivate us to make changes and avoid becoming our own worst enemies. So that's my presentation. Thanks for bearing with the technical issues. I'll try and pass the slide deck on so eventually we can maybe get that up where it's not in halves. And thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Holly. Yeah, it's not NavyCon without at least one technical glitch. Our next presenter leads off our Star Trek panel. David Strand is a senior analyst at Strike Pod Systems. He's a naval analyst and writer focusing on autonomous undersea warfare. He is the founder of Strike Pod Systems, a strategic advisory providing a range of creative and analytic products and services for intelligence, policy, and defense organizations. His work has been published by the Center for International Maritime Security, The Diplomat, and Divergent Options. He's spoken at the Atlantic Council and DEF CON on cyber conflict in the undersea, and was recently a featured guest on the Society for Underwater Technology's Underwater Technology podcast. He's a 1991 graduate of Lafayette College. David's a proud father of 2 daughters, and he currently lives in Silver Spring, Maryland, with his wife and 3 cats. All right, David, you are up. And if you've got a PowerPoint, I don't see it yet.
Right. Starting my cam. There we go. Let me share my screen. Give me 1 second. Okay. Here we go. So, hello everyone. I'm David, and I'm excited and grateful for the opportunity to be here tonight to talk about the Borg. So let's get right to it. So, of all the many villains and belligerent species populating the Star Trek universe, I find the Borg to be the most compelling and quite honestly terrifying. They're ruthless, relentless, and dehumanizing, and have a seemingly infinite capacity to regenerate and adapt. They are, in many ways, a near-perfect villain. The Borg are an advanced race of cybernetic drone humanoids. Their population is constantly expanding due to their singular reason for being, a forced assimilation of species and technologies. They hail from the Delta Quadrant of the galaxy, but their exact origins are largely unknown. It's been suggested that they could have been spawned from a rogue Starfleet AI, or that they may have evolved from a 20th century NASA Voyager probe. The Borg are organized and operate as a single hive mind, the Collective. There's no real hierarchy within the Collective, and no real purpose other than a mindless drive to grow its technological base and its army of zombie-like drone workers through a vampire-like process of assimilation. In this way, some argue that the Borg are more victims than villains, and perhaps that would make for an interesting presentation at another kind of con. So a Borg encounter follows a fairly standard formula. A ship is detected and intercepted, then captured using a tractor beam. The vessel is scanned to determine whether its complement is worthy of assimilation. If so, the victims hear the Borg's infamous warning announcing their intentions and that resistance is futile, and assimilation then ensues. Technologies are acquired, and the biologicals are injected with nanoprobes, which bring about the victim's horrific drone transformation. The Borg order of battle is fairly straightforward. Their C2, as I mentioned, is provided by the collective. This structure provides for a seamless integration of forces and enables their rapid concentration to respond to threats and assimilation opportunities. There is a Borg queen, or possibly queens, who injects a human element into Borg operations, but in general she seems primarily a plot construct to put a human face on a largely non-human threat. Borg ships are nondescript geometric shapes crewed by anywhere from a few score to tens of thousands of drones. Their weapons are straightforward: a tractor beam for ensnaring their victims, a cutting beam for extracting technologies, and phasers and gravimetric torpedoes. Because the Borg are driven to assimilate, they do not seek to destroy, and so primarily employ weapons in self-defense. It's the Borg's defenses and countermeasures that make them so formidable. The Borg have the capability to quickly analyze incoming attacks and dynamically adapt their defenses. In this way, they can neutralize nearly any kinetic or directed energy weapon. Phaser fire employed in random salvos is sometimes effective, but only to disrupt the Borg's tractor beam long enough to forge an escape. If an attack is successful, the Borg are able to regenerate external hulls and critical infrastructure, further reinforcing their apparent invulnerability. So the Borg, in carrying out their mission to comb the galaxy and forcibly assimilate as many species and technologies as possible, are essentially following an operating model of distributed galactic operations. Basing interstellar deployments, intelligence gathering, logistics, maintenance, engagements, and communications are all being mediated and woven together by the collective. And I would even take this a step further and argue that the Borg are organized as a highly advanced distributed artificial intelligence, this all-seeing, all-knowing entity charged with gathering information, processing it, making decisions based on evolving circumstances, and issuing commands that propagate throughout the wider system of systems. Despite their formidable defenses, though, the Borg do have vulnerabilities that can be exploited. Like any cybernetic system, the Borg are vulnerable to cyber-type attacks. In Star Trek: The Next Generation, Lieutenant Commander Data inserts a subversive command into an attacking Borg cube, ordering it excuse me, lost my spot. Ordering it to immediately regenerate, the Borg equivalent of sleeping, which causes them to break off their attack. In Star Trek Voyager, a time-traveling Admiral Catherine Janeway introduces a neurolytic pathogen, an artificial virus, into the Borg Queen, who then unknowingly releases it into the collective, causing widespread destruction. The Borg are also vulnerable to human imagination. In Star Trek Voyager, on 2 separate occasions, Captain Janeway orders a photon torpedo to be transported aboard a cube and detonated. The Borg were unable to respond to a conventional weapon being employed in an unconventional manner, resulting in significant destruction. The Borg are vulnerable to human ingenuity. In the series finale of Star Trek Voyager, Admiral Janeway uses a newly developed, highly advanced weapon, the transphasic torpedo, to destroy several cubes before the Borg can devise and deploy an effective countermeasure. And finally, the Borg are vulnerable to their own threat perception. Starfleet personnel regularly transport directly into the heart of Borg cubes for purposes of intelligence gathering, special operations, and search and rescue, and can seemingly operate with impunity. It isn't until something triggers the drones to recognize the boarding party as a threat that they take action, often when it's too late. So let's take a look at this slide again. We've established that the Borg operating model can be described as distributed galactic operations, so it seems that we can draw a parallel to an operating model that's much closer to home, namely distributed maritime operations, or DMO. Within the DMO model, we will have basing, deployments, maintenance, intelligence gathering, logistics, combat operations, and communications. And much as the Borg are able to mass a galactic force of expendable drones at a time and place of their choosing, so too will the US Navy via DMO. And taking this one step further, much as the Borg operate as a distributed artificial intelligence, so too will DMO evolve from a tactical network of autonomous systems into a single all-domain integrated AI. So how will we get there? Well, here's one possible timeline. Coming into 2015, we're talking about things like network-centric warfare, information superiority, and the tactical grid. And we already have algorithmic systems like the Aegis combat system. By the early 2020s, AI is appearing in DoD systems, providing decision support, predictive analytics, things like that. We're also hearing about something called Project Overmatch, the development of an information architecture to underpin DMO. By 2025, we'll see increased drone integration, and maybe by 2030 or so, humans are more on the loop as opposed to in it. And maybe within another 5 to 10 years, these systems become more and more integrated with each other, seamlessly coordinating operations across domains until finally we have a seamless, all-domain AI charged with the command and control of now ubiquitous autonomous systems. And I should note that while I'm talking about DMO here, this is equally as applicable to the Joint Force through JADC2 and the vision for joint all-domain operations. I've actually incorporated this concept of an integrated AI into my own fiction, which I call Falcon. And in a recent Rand Matrix war game, China was said to possess a central AI named Laoshi. So the concept of an overarching all-domain AI is a very plausible outcome. Some might even say an inevitable one. Okay, so we've established how an all-domain AI is analogous to the Borg. What then can we learn and apply from Starfleet's not-so-futile resistance? Well, it might be helpful to bring in some cognitive psychology, namely Curtin's cognitive continuum. It's essentially a theory that human problem solving can be understood as a continuum, with some humans preferring a more innovative approach, forging new paths, while others are more adaptive, working within existing rule structures. In the struggle between Starfleet and the Borg, the actors are pretty much on opposite sides of this continuum, and we see how their associated traits translate into their unique approach to conflict. The Borg work within tried and true rules of engagement, leveraging presence, force, and redundancy. Starfleet, on the other hand, prefers to disrupt, deny, and deceive, and to creatively exploit the adaptive traits of their adversary. Some may argue that artificial intelligence already demonstrates some creative or imaginative potential, like when we look at Deep Blue's victories over Garry Kasparov, or Lisa Dahl's defeat at the hands of AlphaGo. But I would argue that the real test of an AI's capability to win a war would be how it plays a game like Dungeons & Dragons, or a Matrix war game, where players have few constraints and can call upon their creativity and imagination to employ weapons and tactics in innovative, unexpected ways. So let's pull up the slide of Borg vulnerabilities again, and now we can use it to understand the vulnerabilities of an all-domain AI. But instead of Will Riker asking the seminal question, perhaps it's our friends across the Pacific. Based on our analysis of the Borg, an all-domain AI is going to be vulnerable to cyber operations too. But instead of commanding the collective to sleep, it's a zero-day exploit that catastrophically gums up the network. And instead of a neurolytic pathogen that propagates across the collective, it's a malicious worm that propagates across the network to target and destroy critical platforms and infrastructure. The AI will be vulnerable to human imagination, but instead of beaming a photon torpedo aboard a Borg cube, it's employing an existing platform in an unconventional, unexpected, or even irrational way, like launching 16 modified B-25 bombers from a Yorktown-class aircraft carrier. The AI will be vulnerable to human ingenuity, but instead of a super destructive transphasic torpedo, it's a novel, game-changing platform to which the AI struggles to adapt. And finally, instead of perception, perhaps we should say that the AI will be vulnerable to deception. And instead of Starfleet crew members boarding Borg cubes with impunity, the adversary exploits the AI's threat perception by turning benign platforms into vectors of destruction, like Q-ships. And of course, it should probably go without saying that the United States will also be looking to exploit these vulnerabilities as well, as our adversaries move toward their own version of an all-domain AI. So now that we know how to resist a Borg-like AI, how would an adversary, or we, effectively harden an AI against resistance? It would seem, based on our analysis of the Borg, that we would need to humanize it to ensure that it exhibits more of these innovator qualities, to imagine a broader range of attacks, and also to effectively anticipate, adapt, and counter a creative adversary. In a way, to reach a kind of war-fighting singularity, an all at once intriguing and terrifying concept, and one that perhaps merits its own con. So I thank you all for listening, and a big thanks to everyone involved in organizing tonight's event. Please feel free to chat me on Discord or shoot me an email. Thank you very much.
All right, wonderful. I think we can collectively say that that was a great presentation, David. Next up, continuing the Star Trek panel, is Eric Muirhead. Eric is an instructor of history at the United States Military Academy. He's the acting East Asian History Program Director and teaches Asian warfare and politics Intro to East Asian History, and Army of the Republic, Leading Citizen Soldiers. Major Muirhead's an armor officer with operational deployments to Afghanistan and the Republic of Korea. His experience includes mechanized infantry and scout platoon leader, troop executive officer, squadron logistical officer, and a whole bunch of others up to the headquarters troop commander level. He holds a bachelor's degree in psychology from the College of William and Mary in Virginia and a master's in history from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. His research focuses World War II with an emphasis on German and Japanese military culture, and unfortunately, the Army has repeatedly denied his request to participate in the officer exchange program with the Klingon Empire. All right, Eric, you're up, and hopefully this presentation gets you into the exchange program.
Good evening. Pavej naplahoch ach katldoch naplahoch napush, or everything is very simple in war, but the simplest thing is difficult. Clausewitz is always better in the original Klingon. The Dominion War of 2373 to 2375 was a crucible that showcased the greatest strengths and weaknesses of the galaxy's most formidable powers. In engagements from the liberation of Deep Space Nine to the Chintaka campaigns, fast, mobile, and versatile Klingon strike fleets proved decisive in breaking through Dominion lines and exploiting gains through the effective use of amphibious infantry. The Klingon Defense Force has always structured itself to project and support rapidly deployable, self-sustaining joint units composed of both ground and naval forces that fight together across the full spectrum of environments. Starfleet must adopt the expeditionary mindset of its closest ally in order to stay relevant and meet the rapidly changing challenges of a post-Dominion War galaxy. The 2293 Khitomer Accords drastically increased the amount of resources available to Starfleet for peaceful exploration, diplomatic, and scientific missions. Beginning with the Block II Excelsior class in the early 2290s, Federation starships' gross tonnage grew larger to accommodate the greater fuel capacity, provisions, and scientific equipment necessary for longer and more complex deep space missions. Crew complement also drastically increased to support specialized laboratories, diplomatic conferences, and execute more complex first contact missions further away from Sector 001. By the 2340s, the Excelsior was eclipsed as the most advanced vessel in the fleet by the Ambassador class, a ship whose speed, size, made it the living embodiment of Federation foreign policy at the midpoint of the 24th century. However, these large multi-role vessels created a paradox. As Starfleet ships became more capable of supporting more complex missions, they were expected to conduct even more complex missions. The durations of these continuing voyages became so long that Starfleet Command made the decision to allow families aboard, creating an even greater need for on-ship recreational, medical, and child development facilities. The pinnacle of these lines of effort was the Galaxy class of the 2360s, a monster at over 641 meters in length and 42 decks in height, with living quarters and support facilities for 1,012 personnel and their families. Though the Battle of Wolf 359 in 2367 drastically reduced the number of civilians carried on starships, the Sovereign class of the 2370s was even longer at almost 700 meters in length and 24 decks in height. These heavy exploration cruisers became the centerpieces of Starfleet's space supremacy strategy, but were extraordinarily resource intensive to construct and maintain. Starfleet did develop smaller escorts, such as the Akira, Steamrunner, and Defiant classes, but not to relieve burden on their larger sisters. Rather, their role was to protect the heavier, more expensive capital ships, which Starfleet saw as their critical pacing items in any extended military scenario. Conversely, after the economic devastation of the Praxis disaster in 2293, the Klingon Empire needed to safeguard its territory as efficiently as possible. The KDF under Chancellor Azet Burr developed a two-pronged strategy. First, it would extend the service life of its existing starships to an extreme degree. Some Burrell-class birds of prey and Katinga-class battlecruisers would, in fact, see 7 decades of active duty. However, the second half of the efficiency strategy was firmly rooted in Klingon cultural norms. The warrior caste ruled the empire, and all other citizens and tributaries, regardless of gender, class, or species, had to, at least tacitly, support the military government to maintain political and social agency. Since Kahless the Unforgettable ruled Kronos in Earth's 9th century, Klingons have viewed close, hand-to-hand battle as the apex of honorable combat. Unlike Starfleet, which tends to use technology to create physical and moral distance between itself and raw violence, the KDF has always placed its greatest emphasis on supporting individual warriors in close combat. Using advanced ship construction techniques acquired after the Treaty of Alliance in 2352, the Klingons developed a new class of warship that would form the heart of their new deep space strategy. It too would be a multi-purpose heavy cruiser, but unlike Starfleet's ships, every function of the new Vokcha class attack cruiser would support one goal: the deployment and sustainment of a Klingon Marine expeditionary force. This would drastically simplify the Klingon fleet, reducing the need for specialized fire support ships, troop transports, and supply vessels. The name Vokcha comes from the combination of two Klingon words: Vokh, the verb meaning to project or to launch, and Cha, meaning torpedoes. As the ship's name implies, the vessel is literally an armored weapons platform. Combined with excellent warp and impulse drives, and with berthing space for over 900 Klingon Marines, their equipment, and landing craft, the Vokcha acts as a mobile, protected forward operating base that can secure itself, gain local space superiority, and deploy large numbers of Klingon forces to a planetary surface. It can then remain on station to support them for an extended period until relieved. With a Klingon Space Ground Task Force at its heart, the Klingon Strike Fleet represents all the warfighting functions combined in an efficient expeditionary team. While 24th century Federation naval architects concern themselves with creating all the comforts of home for extended multi-domain missions, Klingon ship designers focused on creating practical vessels, which encourage their crews to remain focused on readiness, a deployment mindset in which all personnel in a strike fleet remain cognizant of the ever-present possibility of battle. Sadly, no series of events demonstrates the disparity between Federation and Klingon military capabilities more than the brutal Chintaka campaign of 2374 to 2375. After the Romulan Star Empire entered the conflict on the side of the Federation alliance, Starfleet planners were anxious to conduct their first major offensive into Cardassian territory. A massive combined fleet of Federation, Klingon, and Romulan vessels embarked from Deep Space Nine and launched an attack on the Chintaka system. Though the Federation's heavy cruisers led the charge into the Dominion defenses, it was the Klingon strike fleets and their embarked Marine units which ultimately captured both habitable planets of the system. However, in the following weeks, the Federation's strategy of pursuing absolute space supremacy rather than maintaining local space superiority had disastrous consequences for the UFP ground troops left behind on the outlying satellite moons. Federation naval forces departed to safe harbors to rebuild combat power, leaving their infantry units behind at the mercy of the Dominion Navy without any kind of orbital fire support or extended sustainment plan. One Federation soldier at AR-558 reported to Captain Sisko of the USS Defiant that despite Starfleet regulations mandating relief after 90 days on the front lines, he and his unit had been outnumbered and unsupported for well over 5 months. They ultimately saw half their numbers killed or severely wounded before Starfleet finally pulled them off the line. This incident and others represent a grossly negligent act by Starfleet planners who fail to understand that without joint support, ground forces simply cannot be expected to maintain their positions against determined resistance. This catastrophe stands in stark contrast to the resilience of Klingon forces during the same campaign. After the Second Battle of Chintaka in 2375, most of the Federation and Romulan fleets were sidelined by the Dominion deployment of energy-dampening weapons. Only Klingon ships were unaffected by this new technology. For 8 weeks, the Klingon Defense Force assumed all responsibility for maintaining Federation alliance positions with no outside help. Smaller ships were detached to conduct security and screening operations across the hundreds of light years, while larger ships conducted a defense in depth around centers of gravity to keep the Dominion Navy at bay and continue supporting their ground forces. Only the high levels of Klingon training and readiness, combined with the modular, self-sustaining organization of their strike fleets, averted defeat for the entire Alpha Quadrant. To Klingons, winning matters. However, Klingons also understand that the brute strength of one's fleets or firepower is not always the key to victory. Rather, the Klingon way of war is exemplified by the old proverb, Medach jadi shuvwi jupu dash lombe, or when a warrior goes into battle, he does not abandon his friends. The secret of victory lies in cohesive, joint, and integrated units who are trained, equipped, and ready to fight any battle, anywhere. The expeditionary mindset. The Alpha and Beta quadrants have only grown more complex since the surrender of the Dominion, with resurgent Romulan aggression, cyber terrorism, and peacekeeping operations in the former Cardassian Empire. Starfleet will face military challenges across the full spectrum of operations, from conventional combat to defense support of civil authorities. The only way that it will be able to meet those challenges is not with a new ship or a new weapon, but instead by looking to the Klingon model and strengthening its team. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Eric. Next up is the first of our two keynote speakers. Don't worry, we've still got plenty of presentations. We're not ending, but we wanted to put Tim Schultz right here in the middle for you. He's the U.S. Naval War College Associate Dean of Academics. Prior to joining the Newport faculty in 2012, he served as the Dean of the U.S. Air Force's School of Advanced Air and Space Studies from 2009 to 2012 at Maxwell Air Force Base, which is still in Alabama. Tim earned his PhD in the history of science and technology from Duke University in 2007. His research interests include the interaction between technology and strategy and the transformative role of automation in warfare. He's the author of The Problem with Pilots, How Physicians, Engineers, and Air Power Enthusiasts Redefine Flight, and co-editor of Air Power in the Age of Primacy, Contemporary Air Warfare Since the Cold War. That second one's coming out from Cambridge University Press soon. He's a graduate of the United States Air Force Academy, Colorado State University, Air Command and Staff College, and the School of Advanced Air and Space Studies. Formerly an Air Force colonel, he spent much of his aviation career as a U-2 pilot, enjoying the view over interesting regions of the globe. All right, Tim, take it away.
All right. Thank you so much, Ian, and for everyone who's been organizing this. What a fantastic evening it's been. So I'm relishing the opportunity to just speak with you for a little while about a new course that we just ran at the Naval War College called Science Fiction, Ideations and Explorations for Modern Leaders. Last July, I sent out a tweet that I was developing this course, and Ian and Claude picked it up and they took interest. And now that the term is over, they wanted me to come and talk about the course, and I'm all too happy to do that. So let me get into some of the basics of the course and what I thought was really useful and important about it, and maybe where it's going. For the next little bit, though, I'm going to try to answer this question: why teach a course on science fiction in professional military education? Well, it turns out, I argue that there are some pretty good reasons to do so. I'm going to answer that question by sort of granting a review of these items: the purpose of the course, the material that we used, the structure of the lessons, the methods that we used, and some of the results, some of the feedback from the students. So let me talk about the purpose a little bit. In one of our readings, there's this great quote. It says, "Science fiction is a literature always in the state of becoming, a literature that is born on the frontier between the known and unknown." I love that quote. That frontier between the known and the unknown, that is exactly where Naval War College graduates operate. That is exactly where professional military education graduates operate. It's where they lead. It's where they fight in that frontier between the known and the unknown. And as they try to make sense out of a diverse and unpredictable future, this course was designed to help students, my dozen students in the course, examine how ideas are formed in society, to explore different important things like technological change and war and politics and ethics and what it means to be human in the age of technology. Science fiction, I hope, helped them do that. And the part of the essential purpose was educate leaders who can reimagine rather than reinforce the status quo. Don't we want our rising flag rank leaders to be able to reimagine the status quo rather than remain in some entrenched habitual position? A trench, remember, is just a grave with the ends dug out. So let me talk a little bit about the material that we used for the course. And it was a mix, this sort of trifecta of three things: some canonical science fiction, some brand new science fiction, and also a mix of scholarly articles as well. So here's what we used out of the sci-fi canon. And we only had 10 lessons. It's just a 2-credit course. But here's some of the classics that I hit the students with. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, several short stories by Isaac Asimov, including his story where he presents the 3 laws of robotics. Arthur C. Clarke's famous short story called Superiority, where the high-tech side loses. Frank Herbert's towering classic, Dune, and also another classic of military sci-fi is Joe Haldeman's The Forever War. They read The Andromeda Strain, Michael Crichton's first book from way back in the mid-1960s. And they also read short stories from these Hugo Award-winning authors, Octavia Butler and Ursula K. Le Guin. So it was a bit of a mix there. And I also mixed that in with some fairly new science fiction. They watched the 3-hour pilot of the reimagined Battlestar Galactica from 2003. So not real recent, but it is certainly applicable to modern times. They also read the Three-Body Problem, some Chinese science fiction by Cixin Liu. In the AI lesson, they read Martha Wells' Murderbot Diaries. And if you hadn't read Murderbot Diaries, it is insightful and simultaneously hilarious. Laugh out loud funny in places, very enjoyable. Part of their new science fiction that they tackled here was Max Brooks' World War Z and how humans deal with uncertain developments, and the recently published Burn-In by Peter Singer and August Cole. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that too. And so also included were some scholarly articles. Remember, this was a graduate level, a master's level course. I wanted to weave in some of the thinkers on the science fiction literature and some other articles by some senior intellectuals that kind of leaven this whole curriculum. One example, the earliest example, is Alan Turing's 1950 article where he introduces the concept of the imitation game and how a computer might pass itself off as a human. And it turns out Alan was extraordinarily prescient. And as you read it now, 70 years later, it really resonates. I'm not going to go through all of these articles here. I will note Lisa Masseri's article on anticipatory discourse and the trajectory, a really important article about how we create these trajectories. We sort of write the history of the near future with technology that is still under development. It's what militaries do. And that's part of the sci-fi experience too. So it's good to expose our students to that. So let me talk a little bit about the structure of this new course in PME. It's only a 2-credit course. We met for 10 weeks, 10 lessons, 10 3-hour seminars. Here is the breakdown of the 10 lessons. I started out with some basic perspectives on science fiction from several different sci-fi authors. And then for the second lesson, they read Mary Shelley's 1818 version of Frankenstein. Most students had never read the original Frankenstein, and I think they were glad they did, because they routinely applied that for the remainder of the semester. We did a lesson on AI and cyborgs. That's where the Murderbot Diaries and some short stories came in. And we devoted a whole lesson to FICINT, or fiction intelligence. That was when they read Burn-In. We were very lucky to have Peter Singer beam in to our Zoom seminar for an hour and a half or so to talk about what he and August Cole came up with, this ability, or this developing this ability in students where they can start to frame the future, tell a story about the future that helps you avoid a certain undesirable outcome or achieve a desired outcome. Help to make complex ideas simpler through the power of story. And Burn-In was a fine example of that, as well as Ghost Fleet. We did spend quite a bit of time on science fiction and ethics and how the two intersect. What's the nexus between the two? That's when we read Ursula K. Le Guin's The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas. Now, I admit that is not very science fiction-y at all. It's more of a fantasy short story, but it is a powerful ethical tale, and the students kept coming back to that time and again the rest of the semester. For our policy and strategy focus, that's when we read Dune, Frank Herbert's lengthy and wonderful classic from the mid-1960s. And that let us get into, Clausewitz has been brought up earlier, that let me bring up the notion of this Clausewitzian relationship between the people and the government and the military. You see that in the Dune universe. You see what Thucydides in the 5th century BC described as political realism, or realpolitik, and those animating factors of fear, honor, and interest. Those same things animate Frank Herbert's classic of Dune. We read up on pandemics, no surprise there to make that timely. I mentioned we read The Forever War for military sci-fi. We read some dystopic short stories to give the students some different flavors, including a Chinese short story of a dystopic nature. And then we went into our final lesson, which was totally devoted to Chinese science fiction, to help students broaden their non-Western view of science fiction and to see maybe what is universal in science fiction. So here, let me talk about just a few of the methods that we used. I had 12 students, as I mentioned. Every week, 3 of them were the Geeks of the Week. That means they were designated beforehand where they would be running the seminar. They would be facilitating a Socratic dialogue with their peers about the reading for that week. I think the students really enjoyed that element. It was challenging. They really had to dig in, and I don't think they were really expecting to have to do that, but that's something leaders should be able to do, is to facilitate a discussion about a complex topic and bring in the views of others. So they got practice doing that from a sci-fi perspective. I also used the discussion board where students could do this outside of a seminar, like on a weekend or something. And I'll get into some of the questions that they tackled in the discussion board. And then for their written work, I tried to let them be very flexible and creative. Creativity was sort of the leitmotif of this course, and I wanted them to experience that in their written work. So they had to turn in 3 papers over the 10 lesson arc. But I told them, you turn in your 3 papers on the lessons that you want to write them on. And I think they seemed to appreciate that. They didn't all clump up at the end. They all managed to spread them out. And I think it helped them to be even more creative and really dig deep in something that interested them, as that was a certain part of the course. So here are some of the results. Good science fiction is timeless. Gary K. Wolfe says that good science fiction is temporally fluid. It applies in all ages. Here's a quote from one of our readings. I found myself similar, yet at the same time strangely unlike the beings concerning whom I read, and to whose conversation I was a listener. I sympathized with and partly understood them, but I was unformed in mind. You would think this was a story about an AI becoming sapient and self-aware, but it wasn't. It was from Frankenstein. This is about the creature in Frankenstein becoming intellectually aware, who is trying to develop his unformed mind. He's listening into humans. He's absorbing the human experience. He's like Alexa in your kitchen. It listens to you. It absorbs your experience to get smarter. That's what the Frankenstein creature did. It also shows, as Mary Shelley taught us, that as creators, we must be responsible for our creations. And when we walk away from that creation, we can see the havoc that might develop. Mary Shelley knew this, and it still applies today. So let me talk a little bit about the results of the course. At least it's how I interpret them. The discussion board was very effective in sparking creativity. Here are some of the questions that I asked students, and they really went to town on them. First lesson, this was their discussion board topic. Are you alive? Prove to me by typing in your response on the discussion board, prove to your peers that you're not a bot, you're not some sophisticated AI. Prove to us that you are human. Other questions included, if Mary Shelley was born in 1997 instead of 1797, what novel would she have just written a couple of years ago? I asked them, are we slouching toward dystopia, or are we ascending towards utopia? Got some interesting inputs there. And one of my favorite questions was, I asked them to propose your own science fiction or speculative fiction that prepares us for a possible future. And look what they came up with. It was evidence that leaders aspire to create. Here are some of their topics that they came up with as speculative fiction. I really, this is just a sampling of them. I thought they were very interesting. One of them was this self-aware city, not a self-aware robot, but a self-aware city, an interconnected network city that becomes a dystopic overlord in order to maximize the safety of its residents. Another student wrote this very creepy tale of this genetically modified organism foodstuff that's delivered in the supermarket, and it starts turning the customers into food. Another student thought about the story of a 2,500 qubit quantum computer built by the Chinese that's able to decrypt all of the US intelligence archives and then hold the United States hostage to its own information. And then another student came up with this really timely idea of a smart home that monitors its occupants in what they say, what they do, how they act, what their temperature is. And if it senses that Johnny is walking down the stairs and he's starting to cough and he's got a fever, it locks him into quarantine. So now they're on this staycation as long as the smart home wants them to be. And it's also calling the Center for Disease Control. Maybe we're not far from that. Also in line with the results, here were some of the student observations. They enjoyed the opportunity in this sci-fi course in PME to explore some non-traditional ways of strategy development and decision-making, how others, mostly non-military authors, thought about it. It helped them think about forward-leaning themes. It helped them to think critically about new technology. One example is a student very, I think, wisely remarked that he reads Dune, and he's reading about the Spacing Guild in Dune, and he connects that with how the new United States Space Force will try to safeguard its GPS satellite. So he's drawing lessons, the political and military lessons, from something that was never intended by the original author to apply to a Naval War College student. So here are what some of the students recommended as a result of the course. One student or a couple recommended expanding even more to other cultures, go beyond Chinese science fiction, maybe some science fiction written by African authors. There's a growing literature of Afrofuturism out there. Another a couple of students says, let's place even more emphasis on fiction intelligence. Maybe read Ghost Fleet as well as Burn In, which are both applied to this ficant dynamic. And then, as you imagine, and as some of you have already probably surmised, they have other recommendations. And here are just some of the hardy perennials that they mentioned and that have already come up tonight. Ender's Game, Heinlein's Starship Troopers, Huxley's Brave New World. Those are books that ended up on the cutting room floor. Maybe they'll end up in a future iteration of this course. So what's next? I do plan on teaching this course again in the upcoming academic year, but the students who just finished the course, they're continuing on their own journey, and I was really gratified that they spontaneously and organically, all by themselves, I had no input, a group of them, a large group, they're developing their own book club, and they've named it now the Society for Continuing Ideations on Fiction and Imagination, which is a rather handy acronym of sci-fi, where they're just going to select a book and they'll read it and come together and talk about it because they enjoyed and gained from that experience in a formal graduate school environment. So this reinforces to me a couple of observations here. Liu Cixin said, science fiction is a literature of possibilities. Well, leadership is about possibilities, right? And Nora Jemison notes that we creators are the engineers of possibility. Well, leaders are the engineers of possibility. Our graduates, be they military officers, national security specialists across the interagency, or international students, and we had an international student in our course, they are the engineers, the leaders of possibility. So one more quote I'll leave you with from one of my favorite sci-fi authors. His books were too big to squeeze into this course, but Neil Stephenson says, science fiction is like an invisible magnetic field that roughly orients people's imaginations in the same technological directions. Well, I want our graduates to be able to shift and create and shape a sort of a magnetic field to orient people's imaginations, to colonize their imaginations, to shape their thinking, to put them on a trajectory that they think is the best for their institution and their nation. And that is the goal of that course. And in keeping with tonight's theme, I'll just say, so say we all. And Ian, thank you for setting this up, and I will turn it back to you, good sir. Thank you all for your attention.
All right. Thank you, Tim. So say we all. Our next presenter is JD Work. JD comes to us from his position as the Brin Chair for Cyber Conflict and Security at Marine Corps University. He holds affiliations with the Saltzman Institute of War and Peace Studies at the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University, and as a non-resident senior fellow with the Atlantic Council's Cyber Statecraft Initiative. He can be found on Twitter at Hostile Spectrum. And as you watch this, I want you guys to keep in mind the information that Dr. Schultz just gave you, and put JD's presentation up there next to it and see what ideas you can come up with, and put them in the Discord. All right, JD, if you could share your PowerPoint.
Great to see you all. Let me make sure that this will share properly. And hopefully that is properly displaying.
You're good to go.
Excellent. Thank you very much for having me here. I have a very short amount of time, so we're going to breeze through quite a bit of material. Very quick obligatory disclaimer that this is all of my own fault, including errors and omissions, and should not reflect upon the department or any other government agency. I've already been introduced, won't talk more about my background, except to say I'm an intelligence officer, so I'm keenly interested in this idea of ficant. We're dealing with, however, a miserable profession in looking at operations in the cyber domain. We have a terrible track record for predictive accuracy. We've been struggling with this new thing going on multiple decades now, and we are still reasoning only by analogy. We are trying to find a native warfighting competence in the domain. We've learned quite a few things, but we tend to constantly have to force this back into frames of reference that are much more familiar to decision makers. We, therefore, are struggling to find new tools to help explain this domain. In part, I come at this from the perspective of professional military education, where the purpose of this is to manage future risk. And we are at a very unique historical moment, an inflection point of technology, an inflection point of operational art, where I'm very much concerned that we may be outrunning our headlights, a concern that was actually first expressed to me by the J7. And when I begin to think about this problem space, we look at the tools we traditionally use to understand the future. We normally come at this through a very varying set of featuring techniques, including horizon scanning, traditional estimative intelligence, and also scenario analysis. Scenario analysis, however, is a tool for ordering arguments about alternative future environments. We've been using it for a very long time, very successfully. I would point to the Proteus effort originally conducted by the National Reconnaissance Office, which predicted intelligence challenges in the year 2020. And one of the core scenarios was actually a world they called Amazon.plague, where systemic multiple global pandemics had swept the world and destroyed the global travel industry, forced us to rely heavily on this then unthinkably new technology of global video teleconferencing, and created a number of other changes that are now our daily lives. These are very powerful tools. They also often focus our attention on these incredibly sharp artifacts of unevenly distributed futures, whether it is the utility of abandoned oil platforms in various types of operations, as we've seen repeatedly throughout cyberpunk fiction, as well as just the artifacts in which we envision the future and take a step beyond this, as in this Apple advertisement, which reportedly was the first tool that sparked the idea of a visualized cyberspace for William Gibson. We take a step further to look at August Cole's useful fiction, the idea of fiction intelligence. Now, fiction intelligence is very controversial in the intelligence community because it's not in int, as in a collection discipline. It can be described as an analytic methodology, though, for exploring those future scenarios through narrative focus on position, perspective, and interaction. I particularly value Ficant when we are talking about the cyber operations domain, because so much of this domain has been locked up in the classified discourse. In many cases, and I would argue inappropriately, although there are always things that ought to be properly held as government measures of secrecy. However, we have restrained ourselves about thinking about this domain because of that fear of classification in ways that, honestly, we ought not to have been so constrained. When you look to William Gibson's initial work in the novel Neuromancer, the backstory to one of the key antagonist characters, Armitage, is that he was wounded in an early military offensive cyber operation. In this operation, he conducted infiltration of the Soviet Union, or Russian airspace, using a microlight aircraft, a low observable radar transparent aircraft system. At the time, the term stealth was not in the unclassified discourse. The purpose of this operation was to deliver offensive malware, that is an offensive cyber operations cyber weapon, against Russian military command and control. At the same time that William Gibson was hammering out this novel on a typewriter in North Carolina, President Reagan had actually turned to CIA, NSA, elements of the US Navy as part of this entity known as the Joint Special Studies Group, and given the order to develop an offensive cyber operations capability to interdict Russian nuclear command and control, particularly to deal with the threat of Soviet nuclear ballistic missile submarines that were operating in the Bastion model, out of reach of U.S. naval attack submarines, fast attack submarines. It changed the potential balance of deterrence and mutually assured destruction and required a new military innovation to counter. We could not reference that operational concept for the entirety of the Cold War, and only through the work of one of our colleagues at George Mason University was that piece of history uncovered about 2 years ago. This is a pretty stunning thing that we've known all along through the measure of fiction intelligence. And of course, the targeted system in real life is represented here by the Soviet nuclear football, the Shaget, the master command and control architecture. But we also begin to think a little bit further beyond this. It's not merely the first command that we have to worry about countering, it's potential architectures of retaliation, which we keep track of in the representation of a system called Perimeter, or Dead Hand, which we only learned about from in public from a Russian intelligence officer, a defector, quite late into the new millennium. when we begin thinking about executing classes of these operations, we really begin having to think about issues of access, of propagation, and constraints on these operations. Here, we begin to think about autonomous, self-propagating malware. These concepts actually predate William Gibson's ideas of delivery of malware in a nuclear command and control architecture. And in John Brunner's The Shockwave Rider, one of the missions was actually to interdict and recall a nuclear strike against the hero of the novel. Of course, the term worm began in fiction would be applied to real-life malware in the development of the Morris worm, which the architecture of infection you see in that lovely diagram in the center of the screen. We then began to play quite a bit with modeling cyber warfare or offensive cyber operations exchanges in the early 90s through John Conway's The Game of Life, which was originally meant for self-replicating cellular structures. But when you begin to morph it across network topologies, you see a certain class of visualization and certain class of constraints. And it became a useful tool to play with. Of course, we ran it on much more primitive visualizations. I think the first time I ran this was on a 286 computer, if you remember back that far in the game. However, this became actually rather influential as the tabletop role-playing game Cyberpunk 2013, 2020, and now the video game, not much delayed, 2077, began representing networks that players would contest through the use of these grid-like, crossword puzzle-like depictions, very similar to some of the elaborate formal notation we had out of this Game of Life structure. And of course, when we begin to think through wormable exchanges and destructive effects thereof, we've seen a series of real-life examples, as well as this being picked up elsewhere in the fiction. Now, the explaining the evolution in under pressure of certain operational systems has been a recurring challenge. And the role-playing game Shadowrun attempted to do so, talking about a systemic major worm that caused a global crash of information systems as one of the key departure points between their fictional timeline and our real world. Now, I cite Shadowrun despite full well knowing William Gibson actually asked that he be gagged with a spoon because of the absurdity of mixing elves and sorcery with the cyberpunk milieu. Bruce Sterling was actually quite more direct and not suitable for a family-friendly broadcast when he discussed this matter. Nonetheless, there's some interesting things that the designers of that game and the multiple authors began to play with. And of course, we look now to contemporary large-scale wormable malware events as a systemic, serious problem in offensive cyber operations exchanges. Who can forget the difficult year of 2017, in which stolen zero-day exploit code was incorporated by multiple adversaries to allow for self-propagating wormable malware to spread widely from first the North Korean hidden Cobra Lazarus botnet infrastructure to impact medical infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, a variety of other global targets, as well as Russian-attributed malware in the form of the NotPetya payload propagating from the conflict in the Ukraine globally to have similar extensive uncontrolled collateral damage. While we think about these wide-scale global operations, we also see cyberpunk authors trying to tackle the question of how close one has to be to highly defended systems. Walter John Williams in Hardwired gave a mission to one of his key early protagonists to conduct a targeted assassination of a corporate executive through a seduction approach, solely in order to deliver a malicious payload into the personal network terminal of that executive in that person's personal quarters. We also saw Pat Cadigan play with this in the story Freeing the Angels, also predicting one of the first AI-driven responses for intrusion countermeasures, playing alongside some earlier predictions that William Gibson had made regarding AI building the best sorts of intrusion countermeasures. Of course, now anyone that sees contemporary defensive cyber operations solutions marketing literature, it's all about the AI. It's all about the machine learning. In real life, we've also seen adversary extensive focus on close access operations, including recent arrests of Russian GRU, main intelligence directorate officers that were conducting operations throughout Europe, attempting to compromise specific high-value facilities, including the Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, using some rather elaborate localized geography in their favor. Attributed both by the US government and Her Majesty's government in the UK at the unclassified level. As we begin to struggle with problems of wormable action and problems of adversary offensive action, cyberpunk authors also recognize that the folks involved in those response teams would become incredibly important to the industry in later years. Very famously, in the case of Shadowrun, the response to the global worm that crashed the legacy networks and gave rise to a new information technology concept was dubbed Echo Mirage. It was allegedly a military-led operation to deal with the first lethal effects directly through the network. Now, we can put aside the question of debating lethal effects directly through cyber operations, the questions of direct neural interface. But this played off of and predated a pretty important set of concepts. In the late 1990s, there was a rather robust incident in which Department of Defense suffered systemic intrusion from overseas actors during a time of heightened concern around military operations in support of inspections to identify weapons of mass destruction in Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist-era Iraq. This exploited a then unknown vulnerability and caused quite a bit of concern. Ultimately, it turned out to be a misattribution. It was some teenagers, some ego-motivated hackers. But the response effort to this intrusion, known as Solar Sunrise, actually wound up shaping the careers of several individuals that are now very prominent in the space, including one of my good friends who is CISO at a major global financial institution. We can see that play out in a number of other individuals' careers and subsequent events. We can also think about actions on objective, as adversaries acquire access and use it for their different military and intelligence purposes. I will note in early cyberpunk writings the extensive focus on then new biological technology concepts. And of course, William Gibson used this extensively in a variety of his short stories, a variety of his later novels, including intrusions that focused heavily on these then incredibly new cutting-edge ideas of monoclonal antibodies and other related technologies. Well, of course, in the current year, monoclonal antibodies are incredibly important as a possible approach for therapeutics and vaccine candidates targeting COVID-19. And we've seen a series of Russian-attributed intrusions identified by industry as APT-29, Iron Hemlock, or Cozy Bear, seeking to compromise medical labs working on these technologies. We've also had allegations by the Chinese government that an entity known as Dark Hotel, or also tracked by other vendors as Shadow Crane, was also involved in similar espionage. That appears to have been a misattribution by the Chinese cyber intelligence vendors, possibly for politicized intelligence purposes. But we see this being an incredibly important part of the debate. We've also seen actions on objective targeting the cognitive layer, not merely the intellectual property and destructive actions, but the attempt to understand and shape how people perceive major events. In William Gibson's novel Neuromancer, we see a intrusion operation conducted against a major media corporation that, as a byproduct, dumped out its then unreleased catalog of new television shows and movies. Well, this was a byproduct of DPRK's Hidden Cobra Lazarus operations targeting a U.S. film studio that was set to release a comedy making fun of their leader. In addition to attempting to destroy that corporation's network, the Reconnaissance General Bureau and associated operators also chose to dump out unreleased video materials. Gave us quite a bit of predictive warning that we did not necessarily take full advantage of. We can also think about counter-cyber operations response to cognitive threats. It is a very difficult year, given the contested political nature of the election. I'm strictly apolitical and will simply mention that Bruce Sterling saw some very interesting things about the problem of disinformation. And he covered this in a novel written around the perspective of a political consultant in a future contested election. This novel, Distraction. The case described in that bit of fiction intelligence was a matter of adversaries that chose to manipulate spam bots to simply send mass volumes of incoherent disinformation at vulnerable populations, mentally unstable individuals, that would then choose to act upon that information, including up to and including political assassinations. Unfortunately, we have seen similar actions where we've seen individuals heavily steeped in inauthentic media conduct difficult criminal actions against our political leadership. We've also seen certain adversaries attempt to, as recently as last week, threaten voters and issue other difficult communications intended to influence the course of our political discourse. The fictional version of this threat was dealt with by a physical invasion of Panama, where some of the server infrastructure for this fictional version of the threat was operating in Bruce Sterling's novel. In reality, US Cybercom has acknowledged offensive operations, counter-cyber operations, targeting Iranian infrastructure involved in disseminating these threats, as well as sanctions action by US Treasury. Very, very instructive. I will wrap up this talk simply by noting quite a bit of methodology. As we look forward using this instrument efficient, we're looking to identify these parallels, not merely from what has already been written, but writing the parallels that we will see yet to come. And in this, I would suggest that we focus on the missions that we may see, the actors that will be involved in those missions and against which those missions will be conducted, the virtual key terrain and the aversion of the virtual, to use another William Gibson expression, out into the real world, and the effects of these operations as they play out across these multiple terrains and actors. And again, to focus through the narrative lens of prose on the positions of the individual actors, the perspectives that those positions give them, and the limitations of perspective that are brought to the table, as well as the competitive and conflict interactions that come as each player begins to move in this space. And we begin to explore this almost in a wargaming-like fashion, exploring in prose what we would otherwise do in different analytic methodologies. And it brings a useful tool that we haven't had before. With that, I close and thank you very much for your time and attention.
All right. Thank you, JD. Okay, we are good. So we've seen a little bit of how Thickend operates in the classroom and as a teaching tool and now as an analytical tool. So make sure you take a moment, if you haven't already, to fill out our survey on interest in a Thickend professional organization. We'd like to share analyses and best practices like what Tim and JD have given us tonight with a broader audience. And if you're thinking, wow, some of these presentations would be great 25-page papers, then telling us via the survey is how we make that happen. We have to see community interest to make this happen. So if you're interested, then please let us know. We have one more Thickend tool coming your way this evening, but first, we have a couple of presentations that will examine topics across a variety of science fiction works. The first one comes to us from Dr. Sal Mercogliano. He's an associate professor of history at Campbell University in North Carolina and an adjunct professor at the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. He graduated from the State University of New York Maritime College with a BS in marine transportation, and he sailed as a second mate, unlimited tonnage, with the U.S. Navy's Military Sea Lift Command for 3 years. He then worked for 4 years as an operations officer for MSC's Afloat Pre-Positioning Program. He received an MA in Maritime History and Nautical Archaeology from East Carolina University and a PhD in Military and Naval History from the University of Alabama. Dr. Mercogliano's research deals with the relationship between the merchant marine and national defense and he teaches courses in world maritime history, maritime industry policy, and maritime security. All right, Sal, you are up.
Thank you, Ian. In the past two NavyCons, you've had members of the U.S. Navy, the Air Force, and the Army present. You even had David Lauder on twice. Well, strap in, NavyCon. You've let a merchant mariner into the house. It's time to welcome you to the new version of MarinerCon. All right, maybe a bit much there of an introduction, but what I want to talk about today is the standard depiction of the space mariner in science fiction, usually that of the anti-hero. They fail in past endeavors, but they do the right thing at the end. The best depiction of that we have is one of Josh Wheaton's Firefly. Mal Reynolds, former sergeant in the Independent Army during the Unification Wars, fought against the Alliance. After defeat at Serenity Valley, he and his crew outfitted an old Firefly class transport. And in the words of Book, one of his passengers in the initial openings of the series, a captain's goal is simple: find a crew, find a job, and keep flying. And throughout the run of Firefly, which was tragically much too short, we see that happen. He salvaged food, he transports passengers, even a girl in a box, and even some cows. Perfect example of the military to mariner program currently in use by the U.S. Navy. Next, we jump over to George Lucas's Star Wars. We'll avoid any discussion of the Trade Federation, but instead we'll focus on Han Solo and the Millennium Falcon, the only actor whose career was not ruined by Part 4, The New Hope. Han is a failed Imperial pilot. He turns to smuggling with his Corellian freighter on the Kessel Run. And yet he evolves into a privateer during the course of that episode by covering the 6 of Red 5 on its famous run against the Death Star. You really have to ask yourself, who is the hero of that story? Is it Luke? Or is it Han? Or is it really just a failure of Imperial procurement issues? But that's a different paper altogether. Next, we'll jump over to James Holden in The Expanse. Holden was first lieutenant on the United Nations Navy ship Zhang Fai until he got a dishonorable discharge for striking a superior officer. Who hasn't wanted to do that before? He then goes on to serve as second officer on board the Canterbury, an ice hauler. He's later elevated up to first officer, and it's the destruction of the Canterbury in the opening of the series of The Expanse that we hear the rallying cry, "Remember the Cant," and it leads to the conflict between Earth and Mars. In many ways, Remember the Cant has similarities to Remember the Lusitania, sunk by German submarines during World War I, that will eventually, after 2 years, lead to the entrance of the United States into World War I. Later on, Holden and his crew will salvage the MCRN Tachi, rename her the Rocinante, and he operates her as a gunship for hire. One of the examples we have from those three men, from Mal, from Han, and from Holden, is a common theme: their failed military careers. They adopt a merchant career as a second career, and then they also play the role of part outlaw. But in truth, is that a good depiction of what a space mariner would really be like? And I would use the example of not those men, but somebody else, specifically Travis Mayweather from Star Trek Enterprise. Mayweather is a boomer. He grew up on board space merchant ships, hauling cargo and freight from star to star. He's a natural stick and rudder man, as according to his captain in a report to Captain Archer. And on board the NX-01, he serves as both navigator and helmsman. After all, a merchant mariner can do the job of 2 Starfleet officers. In the season 1 episode, Fortunate Son, we get an example of that relationship between the merchant mariners of space and Starfleet. The ECS Fortune is attacked by Nausicaan pirates. The first officer, Matt Ryan, captures one of the Nausicaans and begins to torture him to get the shield frequencies so that he and his vessel can avenge the wounding of their captain and prevent further attacks. Later on, at the end of that episode, we see a meeting between the ship's master, Captain Keene, and Captain Jonathan Archer of the Enterprise. Captain Keene talks about what it takes to maintain his ship, Talks about having to buy a new Warp 3 engine to stay modern and in service. He talks about the fact how he and his crew are used to sailing the stars by themselves. They're not used to seeing other vessels out there. And Captain Archer lets him know that Starfleet and other ships will be around very soon. Later on in the following season, season 2, we get an episode where Mayweather returns back to his parent ship, the Horizon. Horizon's a J-class freighter. His brother has taken the mantle of captain as his father has passed. And in an episode very similar to what we saw in Fortunate Son, another pirate attack takes place. What's interesting about this episode is that when Mayweather returns back to Enterprise, he doesn't tell Archer about the attack. As a matter of fact, one of the things that Mayweather does is help his crew and his parent, his mother, and his brother fight off that pirate by giving them upgrades and allowing them to basically defend themselves. He even leaves a tricobalt bomb on one of the warp nacelles and doesn't bother to tell Archer about it. But it really creates a division, a kind of a schism, a chasm between the commercial ships of the ECS, the Earth Cargo Service, and Starfleet. And that's one of the big aspects we begin to see. The other thing we don't see in a lot of depictions of space mariners is the commercial side ashore in shipyards and in repair facilities. Shipyards play a major role in Star Trek Enterprise. Enterprise is a one-of-a-kind NX ship. We don't see another one like her until the last season, the 4th season, when NX-02 Columbia comes out. And it seems as if it takes a lot to build these NX vessels. A long time, a lot of commitment to build them, and they're not able to be mass-produced. We know from other Star Trek series how vital shipyards are. In Deep Space Nine, during the Dominion Wars, the Monarch Yard is a big target focused by the Federation of the Cardassians and the Dominions. In Star Trek Picard, the Utopia Planitia yards are targeted by the cybernetics to be destroyed to prevent the evacuation of Romulus. And one of the things that becomes very clear is the need for a maritime or a spacefaring infrastructure, one that cannot solely rely on military, but it has to also rely on military and commercial. If you rely on military, you only get one NX ship every 4 years. And one of the things that becomes very crucial is you need to be able to mass produce ships. Now, building one ship at a time may not be a bad idea. Sometimes if you mass produce a vessel, you may not get what you wanted to as the end result. Next, they talk about ship repair. One of the episodes early in Enterprise is an episode entitled Dead Ship. The Enterprise encounters a Romulan minefield and is damaged during its entrance into that minefield. And this is a recurring theme throughout Star Trek Enterprise. The ship will incur damage and have to seek repairs. But this damage is severe, limits her speed, and now she's stuck years outside of Earth, not able to head home. Fortunately, as usually happens in science fiction, a solution magically appears, a autonomous repair facility. And all that's needed to effect the repairs that would have taken 3 months at Jupiter Station and now only take 34 hours is for Archer and his crew to give up 200 liters of warp plasma. But behind the scenes, we find out that there's more to this story than what is told. And Mayweather himself is actually depicted as being killed, but in truth, he's captured by the ship to be used in the computer core. He's later rescued and saved. But you have to ask yourself, what ship's captain wouldn't trade 3 months in space stock for 34 hours for just 200 liters of warp plasma? And maybe if they had the choice to pick the crew member. But this later will lead to the construction of star bases, creating that network across the stars that's needed. These 4 things, mariners, ships, shipyards, and repairs, we've seen them all come together in the history of the United States Navy. One of the places that most depicts this is the Guadalcanal campaign of 1942. Excuse me. Wars are rare in Star Trek. We don't see them too often. And when they do happen, they're large and they're massive. When we last had a peer-to-peer conflict, we have to go back to World War II for the U.S. Navy. The Guadalcanal campaign was unique for a variety of reasons. We fought it largely with a pre-war built fleet. We used amphibious and transport and tankers drawn from the commercial merchant marine, including the ships and many of the crews. They had to project these forces over a long distance, and they needed the Navy and the merchant marine to sustain themselves. And just as we see depicted in Star Trek at battles like the Binary Star, Wolf 359, and in the Dominion Wars, they suffer damage. Throughout the campaign in the Solomons, the churn of the Solomon campaign, we see ships sunk, we see ships damaged. And what's really interesting about the campaign is that of all the ships that are sunk, they're replaced by new ships built in commercial yards back in the United States. Matter of fact, most of the namesake ships are out and in service before the end of World War II. The ships that are damaged go into Navy yards for repair and for correcting the damage done to them. And we see them shortly thereafter come back out and into service. So what can NavyCon learn from MarinerCon? Well, I will give you those 4 points that I think are most important. Number one is ships. As Thomas Hagen wrote in his great fiction book about World War II, Mr. Roberts, he says this: most ships sail from apathy to tedium with occasional side trips to monotony. Serenity, Millennium Falcon, and Rocinante perform many of these same functions as the fictional USS Reluctant. The ships sail from point to point. We get to see the action and drama in science fiction, but for most of their careers, they probably perform very routine maintenance that's essential to sustaining the commercial and the military environment. Second, shipbuilders. Claude Berbe in the last NavyCon gave a great talk on the Inquiry class from the Star Trek Picard series. And the need for shipbuilding, both military and commercial, are essential. 3, repairs. NX-01 Enterprise is not Voyager. It needs repairs. It doesn't have an endless supply of shuttlecraft to be used episode after episode. And one of the things we get depicted in Star Trek Enterprise is that vital nature. And then finally, mariners. Star Trek in many ways reflects the U.S. Navy view of mariners. The view between the commercial merchant marine and the U.S. Navy really hit a bump during World War II and the years afterwards. Samuel Eliot Morrison's 15-volume series on the U.S. Navy really depicts a poor imagery of merchant mariners. And this is a vital discussion to be had today. Most science fiction will depict navies and their commercial merchant marines as being essential. Yet today, the U.S. Navy is number 1 in the world. The U.S. Merchant Marine is number 22. China is number 2 in both Navy and Merchant Marine. Excuse me. So while the Navy has kind of secondary and the U.S. government is secondary to this issue, Star Trek hasn't. Star Trek has elevated the issue in its latest series, Below Decks. After all, the hero of that story is none other than the mariner. We now return you back to NavyCon.
All right. Thanks, Sal. Up next is Mark Tempest. Mark, you are streaming. Mark is a retired U.S. Navy Reserve surface warfare captain and a retired attorney. Commissioned through the Navy ROTC program at North Carolina, his 30-year naval career included participation in Vietnam, Desert Storm, and Kosovo. His legal career was mostly spent working as an in-house attorney for major oil companies. He blogs at the maritime security blog Eaglespeak and as a guest blogger at the U.S. Naval Institute blog. In addition, he co-hosts the Navy-oriented internet radio show Midrats. Mr. Tempest has a BA from UNC Chapel Hill, an MA from Central Michigan, and a JD from the University of Georgia. His hobbies include working on old MG sports cars and section hiking the Appalachian Trail. Mark, if you'll go ahead and share your PowerPoint, we will.
Well, I'm trying here. I don't let's see if I can make this work. Well, it works everywhere except on your screen there. All right, well, let me get started. Let's talk a little bit about training. I'll see if I can work that out in a minute. I don't really need it because it's just pictures of things that don't matter. So okay. I will be the only one who will have the boring presentation without any fancy pictures. But let's talk about training, and I'm talking about training for adventures in a million could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds, as the introduction to the great old science fiction radio show X-0 put it. As a kid, my favorite book was Space Cadet by Robert Heinlein. I borrowed that book so often my name monopolized its checkout card. In case that book has somehow escaped your own read list, it's about a young man and his efforts to attend and graduate from the Space Patrol Academy. Today, it seems again fashionable to suggest that military academies no longer serve a useful purpose, are a drain on taxpayers' wallets, and could be eliminated without great loss to society. Standing against these cost-cutting ideas, science fiction writers who create those 1,000 maybe worlds keep the idea of such academies alive in the future. These futurists foresee that human progress will require some form of armed force to accompany our expansion out of the solar system and beyond. Through their writings, we get to live the missions of these imagined forces, ranging from Coast Guard-like rescues to fighting space pirates or to engaging in total war with alien species. They involve exploring our galaxy and meeting new civilizations, some friendly and others not so much. Whatever the mission, the science fiction writers know that such forces will require some level of training beyond that of blasting womp rats on some desert planet in the far reaches of an empire. The Honor Harrington series even makes it clear that its training academies encompass more than just entry-level schools and includes advanced education. After all, training is a continuum. The more experience you have, the more prepared you are to receive advanced lessons. So today I mean to include the students of senior academies like command and staff schools or war colleges as space cadets for this discussion. Now, good training has two key parts: selection of the right people to be trained and the training itself. The importance of selecting the right trainees for a job reminds me of the old saying, never try to teach a pig to sing. It won't work and it only annoys the pig. There's a right job for every person, though sometimes the biggest challenge is to find it. A mismatch causes nothing but problems. So pay attention to the process of selection and retention of trainees in science fiction and in our world. What models do the authors use for their space academies? Well, Heinlein was a graduate of the Naval Academy. A space cadet is, well, as one reviewer put it, Annapolis in space. Indeed, most of the books and films that feature such space academies, whether for space navies or ground forces, are based on the training structures we use here on Earth today. Two major Star Trek movies, The Wrath of Khan and the 2009 Star Trek reboot, involve the same sort of midshipman training cruises that both Naval Academy and ROTC middies undertake today. Well, perhaps the movie versions are a little more exciting. Honor Harrington's academy experience, both good and bad, sets up her career. Even Luke Skywalker develops his skills a little tutoring from a mentor. Our earthly training facilities exist because, as history has painfully taught us, on-the-job training and warfighting tends to end badly. And as war grows more complex, so does the need for advanced training in military sciences, though the basic principle of fire effectively first remains sound, even, I believe, into the far reaches of space. Tactics must change with technology, as must strategy, but there are some constants that are central to training today and which will apply to space trainees of whatever level in the future. Leadership is one such constant, quality of character is another, adaptability is a third. Our Air Force Academy says its job is to educate, train, and inspire men and women to become leaders of character. That should be the goal of all leadership-centered academies and training programs now and in the future. Admiral Nimitz once said that leadership consists of picking good men and helping them do their best. Science fiction answers Nimitz by establishing extensive screening tools that are designed to select good men and women for space forces. For example, the Lensman series, which may have been the first science fiction with Training Academy, features a tough screening process. In the book Galactic Patrol, the commandant tells the remaining 100 graduates of the 1 million who applied why their training has been so rigorous. The excuse for its severity is it produces results. No wearer of the lens has ever disgraced it. You know that any creature wearing the lens is in every sense a lensman, whether he be human or hailing from some strange and distant planet, a monstrosity of a shape you have as yet not even imagined. Whatever his form, you may rest assured that he's been tested even as you have been, that he is worthy of trust as you are yourselves. In Space Cadet, candidates being screened for admission to Patrol Academy are tested extensively to see if they're suitable for the patrol. And the tests, like those for the lensman, are not just of math ability or physical strength, but of character, adaptability, honor, and plain old grit. In Starship Troopers, Heinlein establishes a harsh boot camp that fills its survivors with self-confidence and respect for the merit and trustworthiness of their fellow graduates, sort of like the Marines. If choosing the right people is vital, then what follows is getting them properly trained to do their job, or as Nimitz put it, helping them to do their best. Technical training for technicians, operator training for operators, infantry training for infantry are part and parcel of our world, and this holds true in science fiction. Some training benefits from simulations. Simulators help both with tactics and with learning to deal with emergencies. Anyone who has attended Navy damage control schools can attest to their value in the latter case. The Honorverse features tactical simulators at the Saganami Island Academy and on its ships. These allow cadets and line officers to wargame various situations they may face. War games, like science fiction, are what-if scenarios that should be realistically challenging to the leaders, and out of which may come better war plans and tactical ideas. This may be particularly true when the red team in a war game gets to play like General Van Riper at Millennium Challenge 2002. While being tactically proficient is fundamental to any line officer, regardless of branch of service, there is much non-tactical training that is equally vital. For example, the Navy expects leaders to be forehanded, to anticipate events and formulate paths to deal with them in advance. Forehandedness is the Navy speak for the Scout motto, be prepared. Being prepared must include learning to deal with ambiguity or to plan for the issues raised by Clausewitz's friction of war. As one writer put it, we must plan for and be prepared for the uncertain, chance occurrences, and the effects of friction. In effect, we must be able to plan for the unplannable. One important form of such preparation is learning to make hard decisions quickly and to live with their consequences. Making tough choices is the essence of command leadership and a major test of character. On the modern battlefield, these decisions are shared down at the lowest level of the force, where strategic corporals have to make quick decisions, some of which carry strategic implications, as one writer put it. It's the troops in the field who have to recognize their situation, rapidly assess it, and move to the next stage without delay. I think some guy named Boyd had a few thoughts on this. Malcolm Gladwell notes in his book Blank that making good decisions under pressure is a function of training, rules, and rehearsal. Admiral Nimitz knew this when, before the Battle of Midway, he told his subordinates that in carrying out the U.S. battle plan, you'll be governed by the principle of calculated risk, because he understood that only when contact was made with the enemy would the nature of the fight become somewhat clearer. It was not a battle he could script in advance, but he was confident that his force commanders had the training and experience to adapt on the fly to what they found off Midway. Risk calculations can be taught in simulators where the consequences of poor decisions may be contained, with the lessons learned from them quickly driven home. For example, at Starfleet Academy, training includes the Kobayashi Maru problem, a simulation designed to see how officer candidates deal with a situation in which there is no correct answer, no good option, and not much time to decide a course of action. This is a very realistic concept. How a trainee faces a no-win situation tells a great deal about that person. There is the case of James T. Kirk, who, after going through the simulation twice and meeting the expected lack of success, appears to beat the scenario on his third try. Frustrated by the simulation and having had enough of the no-win concept, he changes the program into the Kobayashi Maru problem to allow his victory. This action speaks volume of Kirk's initiative and his assessment of what will happen when his actions come to light. Whose lives may be sacrificed so that others may live is one form of the dilemma the Kobayashi Maru problem poses, and is addressed several times in the Star Trek universe and in many other series. Diplomatic training for meeting new species is also vital. In the book, The Long Road to Annapolis, it is pointed out that naval officers of the early republic were armed ambassadors who represented and defended the United States and its citizens in the high seas and in foreign lands. The professional and personal development of naval officers as America's most visible citizens became an important national issue, since other nations would judge the United States and its republican character based on the merits of the Naval Officer Corps. In short, you only get one chance to make a good first impression. If you place United Federation of Planets or Kingdom of Manticore in the appropriate places in that quotation, it will confirm that space officers are the armed ambassadors of their timeline. Today, we are also well aware that every soldier, sailor, or airman in the field is also an armed ambassador in the eyes of the people or species they encounter. It is necessary to train them in that role. Just as the ships in the 19th century embarked on voyages with little or no communication from home and were often charged with orders to proceed to somewhere with the injunction to act in the best interest of the crown or country, so are fictional star captains and their crews dispatched on long missions, and they must be worthy of the trust placed in them to act diplomatically when possible and with force when required. In one of the best Star Trek Next Generation shows, Captain Picard meets the Tamarians, a race that speaks only in historical metaphors or allegories, like Shaka when the walls fell. Lacking the necessary historical context of the Tamarians, Picard and his crew cannot understand them. Only when the Tamarian commander, Dathan, takes the initiative and places himself and Picard together in a dangerous situation does Picard finally grasp how the Tamarians communicate. Dathan's actions, which result in his own death, represent a remarkable and heroic diplomatic initiative in opening up lines of communications with other species. The process needed to ensure that these two commanders could meet this challenge takes us back to the functions of screening and training. Training is where we hope they learn the necessary lessons in leadership, adaptability, and diplomacy, and where they will refine the character that will serve their worlds well. I conclude with an old saying: you will not rise to the occasion, you will default to the level of your training. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mark, for that tour de force through space academies, through training academies, space and otherwise. Our next presentation is the aforementioned Thick tool, Destination Unknown. I'll be playing a short teaser for their next edition. Volume 2 is coming out hopefully later this year, and we're all very excited to see it. So hang on for just a moment, and I will pull that up.
It was fall 2018, and Marine Corps Majors Austin Duncan and Adam Yang were looking to build a platform for discussing the information environment, leveraging the grassroots innovation and creativity of their fellow Marines. They had already built a web-based innovation community, but this felt like something that needed a new medium of delivery to have the desired impact. Their recent educational experiences had shown them other ways to talk about conflict. Graduate courses were pairing graphic novels with political science texts to explore nuclear war, ethnic conflict, and terrorism. The use of thick-int, or useful fiction, was gaining traction inside military circles, with books like Ghost Fleet, written by Peter Singer and August Cole, even making it onto official military reading lists. Past, present, and future wars were already being examined through the lens of art and storytelling. Now, what could the Marines do about it? Fittingly, it was on 10 November 2018, at their Marine Corps birthday ball, that Austin and Adam decided on the way forward. They would develop a homegrown graphic novel aimed at giving Marines different visions of future conflict that they would not only read about, but be challenged to think about. This thinking aspect was key. As the idea matured, the project leads realized that offering this graphic novel as a tool for professional military education was one way to truly break new ground. And there was another way. As a grassroots approach to innovation, the graphic novel's content should be generated by the warfighter for the warfighter. Military-sponsored graphic novels and comic books were nothing new, with the provenance going back to at least the Second World War. But these sponsored comics were still written and illustrated by civilian writing and artist teams. This project, now titled Destination Unknown, would not only be aimed directly at Marines as an educational tool, but written, illustrated, and edited entirely by Marines, by the warfighter, for the warfighter. Putting this project under the umbrella of professional military education required some institutional support, and so Austin and Adam approached the agencies of Marine Corps University with their proposal. They made their pitch, and shortly the framework for executing the project came together. The Brute Krulak Center for Innovation and Creativity would provide operational and organizational support. The Marine Corps University Foundation would help fund necessary artistic supplies and artist and writer mentor visits. And the Marine Corps University Press would edit and print the final product. By the start of 2019, the foundation was in place. Now the Destination Unknown team needed the Marines. The call went out along with the challenge to the prospective creative teams. Take your readers outside the box and leave them there. Those recruited to the project were given writing prompts set in the year 2075, which was far enough away to maximize creative freedom, but close enough that writers and artists could still explore themes recognizable to today's readership. These themes included artificial intelligence, manned, unmanned teaming, distributed warfare, and the space domain. The author and artist teams, the majority of which were a combination of officers and enlisted Marines, set to their task with an aggressive timeline. By the summer of 2019, Volume 1 of Destination Unknown would be written, drawn, edited, published, and distributed across the Marine Corps, and it was. The writer-artist teams received mentorship sessions from best-selling author August Cole, comic book artist Mark Sable, and local graphic designer Gabriel Pons. Then the teams were turned loose, and sure enough, inside 6 months, Destination Unknown Volume 1 was born. Each story explored the intersection between the possible and the unknown of future conflict. Third Eye, written and illustrated by Staff Sergeant William Bradley, followed the story of Marines conducting distributed operations over thousands of miles, supported by other Marines stationed in space. A Matter of Instinct, written by Major Timothy Riemann and illustrated by Corporal Gerard Moore, explored the nexus of human and artificial intelligence-driven decision-making on the battlefield. The Best Seat in the House, written by First Lieutenant Walker Mills and illustrated by Captain C.J. Bauman, focused on daily life and the operational employment of Space Marines. A Second Chance with Aria, written by Major Adam Yang and illustrated by Sergeant Shannon Winslow, examined the challenges and opportunities of using artificial intelligence algorithms to optimize recruitment. Finally, The Last Fighter Pilots, written by Major Sarah Wood and illustrated by Sergeant Riley Wade, explored a future where the line between human and machine integration has become increasingly blurred. The stories were written to be educational in their own right, but to reinforce their value for professional military education, each story also included several discussion questions at the end to help Marines use the stories as jumping-off points for deeper exploration of the future conflict threads highlighted in each tale. Demand for Volume 1 was immediate and high. Copies went out to all the Marine Expeditionary Forces and across the Marine Corps University enterprise, and after only a few months, a second print run was needed to fill the demand. Then, in the fall of 2019, the awards started coming in. To date, Destination Unknown has won a Naval Agility and Accountability Award, a Department of the Navy A+ Award, and a Department of Defense Years of Government Award. The success of Volume 1 allowed the creative team to expand the aperture for Volume 2. Volume 2, which will be released in the winter of 2020, once again includes stories by Marine Corps author-artist teams. But it also has a joint flavor, with contributions from U.S. Air Force and U.S. Navy teams, and even features a submission from the Australian Army. Volume 2 offers different takes on artificial intelligence and manned-unmanned teaming, but also looks at new themes such as engineered bioweapons, toxic command climates and suicide, and climate change. But whether the paths are old or new, the future remains uncertain and our destination unknown.
Hey folks, now you'll notice at the end there that there were about 30 seconds of credits. That's not because the credits were particularly slow, that's because there were so many people involved in the creation of Destination Unknown. A majority of the artists were actually enlisted personnel. There's a lot of untapped potential out there for FICINT contributors and for FICINT publications that we just wouldn't normally have access to due to the nature of the institution. So once again, final time, fill out that survey. We really, really, really want to get results from it. Now, we're going to wrap up the evening with 3 presentations, the first 2 on Star Wars, and the last one, our final keynote speaker on Star Trek. First up, we have Mike Diaz. Michael Diaz's first job was as a living history interpreter at an outdoor museum, and ever since then he's been lucky enough to bounce between museums and academia. As the curator of history and uniforms at the West Point Museum and the occasional instructor at the U.S. Military Academy, he no longer needs to pick which side of the history field is his favorite. He's also an obsessive fan of Star Wars and is generally into anything that involves spaceships or giant robots shooting at each other. Maybe next time we can have Mike do a Gundam presentation. All right, Mike, go ahead and share your PowerPoint and then take it away.
That Gundam presentation is actually what I'm planning for next time, now that you mention it, so
Fantastic.
We'll see.
All right.
Just 1 second to get the PowerPoint queued up. Here we are. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
So, with the defeat of the forces of Emperor Palpatine and the Sith Armada at the Battle of Exegol, just about a year behind us, this is an opportune time to reflect on the most effective front in the long fight against Imperial tyranny. Every branch of the Rebel Alliance military and those of its successor, the New Republic, fought honorably and well against the forces of the Empire. It was the brave and committed pilots of Starfighter Command, however, that proved decisive in the most important victories in the wars against the Empire and its successors. This presentation will explore 3 elements that were instrumental in Starfighter Command's success: equipment, morale and motivation, and versatility outside of traditional space combat operations. So, just a note on terminology here. Starfighter Command is the branch of the Alliance military that oversaw starfighter operations. It was separate from the Rebel Navy, but obviously was intrinsically linked to. Most Starfighter Command squadrons operated from the small number of Rebel capital ships. Operating from fixed bases made them vulnerable, as we saw at the Yavin after the destruction of the Death Star when the Empire descended on the system, and most dramatically at the Battle of Hoth, where the Empire nearly inflicted a decisive defeat on the rebellion. We'll also bounce back and forth between using the terms Rebel Alliance and New Republic. Just broadly speaking, it was the Rebel Alliance up until the Battle of Endor, and then after the Emperor died, the Alliance constituted a new government that called it the New Republic. The pilots of the New Republic still frequently refer to themselves as rebels, and the terms Alliance, New Republic are used pretty fluidly for the duration of that war. So we'll actually start off with the talking a little bit about the fighters of the Empire, what Starfighter Command was up against, and the Imperial Starfighter Corps was dominated by the TIE series produced by Sinar Fleet Systems, named after the high-performance twin-ion engines used by most of the craft. These fighters were on the main faster and more maneuverable than those used by the Alliance, but they were also very fragile. They were not shielded, and they were generally pretty thin-hulled. The Empire made up for this by deploying huge swarms of them, taking advantage of their massive industrial capacity and their ability to train large numbers of pilots. However, Imperial training seemed to be pretty lax, particularly as the Empire grew and established itself. The Imperial military a bit more corrupt and focused on politics and prestige and internal divisions rather than focusing on the enemy. And it was almost too late by the time that they woke up. Just try to get the slides to stop going by quite so fast. So, Imperial craft, no shields, and also importantly, no hyperdrive. Short-range fighters need to operate in close proximity to their carriers. The rebels, broadly speaking, took a very different approach to their Starfighter Corps. They opted for versatile, durable designs that were individually actually more expensive than the Imperial craft, but could take on more missions and, importantly, would let their pilots survive to learn from their mistakes. So while a TIE interceptor in the hands of a skilled pilot was far deadlier then an X-wing or certainly a Y-wing, the two mainstay rebel crafts. There were fewer Imperials that survived long enough to get those skills to get the most out of their craft, where the rebels were able to learn time and again from their mistakes. Perhaps there's no better example than Luke Skywalker, who took a number of shots during the Battle of Yavin on his way to destroy the first Death Star. Yavin is something of an aberration, where the rebels were defending a fixed base. More often than not, they were engaged in hit and fade operations, using their ship's hyperdrives to jump away from their capital ships, raid Imperial shipping or bases, and then retreat before the Empire could respond. The only way that the Empire could defend its positions were either by committing Star Destroyers, huge vessels with the associated cost of manpower and money in moving these around, or spread out smaller capital ships that would be vulnerable to hard-hitting rebel fighters. Even the X-wing, the primary fighter of the Rebel Alliance, carried photon torpedoes that could damage or destroy Imperial capital ships. So technologically, the Empire found itself at a bit of a mismatch. Now, the nature of the Alliance way of warfare, these long-shot missions in improvised or aging spacecraft, fostered a culture that valued teamwork, flexibility, and improvisations. Rebel squadrons tended to be close-knit and supportive, whereas Imperial squadrons, like other elements of the Imperial military, tended to be viper's nest of competition and ambition. As much as the technical and tactical differences between Imperial and Rebel starfighter squadrons, this cultural difference accounted for the success of Rebel fighter operations. And I think one of the most interesting ways of examining this is looking at the very high casualty rates that were suffered by Alliance squadrons. At the Battle of Yavin, where the rebellion destroyed the first Death Star, a pivotal victory that spread the rebellion against the Empire and eventually led to the Empire's defeat, the Alliance lost all but 3 of the 30 fighters it deployed. This battle came just weeks or days after the Battle of Lothal, where the Alliance lost the entirety, or almost the entirety of Phoenix Squadron, and almost the entirety of Blue Squadron at the Battle of Scarif. So this pattern continued for much of the war. The rebellion scored critical victories that ultimately toppled the Empire, but suffered serious casualties when they won, and suffered a steadily high attrition rate at other times. So what kept Alliance pilots climbing to their cockpits day after day in the face of this reality? Princess Leia once told Grand Moff Tarkin, architect of many of the Empire's most heinous policies, "The more you tighten your grip, the more star systems will slip through your fingers." This logic also applies to the pilots of Starfighter Command. A staggering number of them had a personal stake in the rebellion because of the sheer awfulness of Imperial rule. Records for any rebel movement are going to be spotty and incomplete, but we have a pretty good run. The best documented squadron in the rebellion was Red Squadron, which later became Rogue Squadron. This is their elite X-wing formation, so their premier space superiority unit throughout the war. So we have 93 pilots that we know at least their names and their eventual fates that fought in the squadron, and 56 of those we know some degree of biographical information about them, what caused them to join the rebellion. So 20% of these joined because they had a family member directly killed by the Empire. So certainly the most personal stake one could imagine. Another 20% were Imperial defectors, one-time pilots for the Empire that had seen the brutality of Imperial policies up close, or had been asked to enact those policies themselves and found themselves unable to. Pictured here is Wedge Antilles, a guy that we'll be talking about in the quite a bit in the rest of this presentation. The eventual leader of Rogue Squadron. 46% had been oppressed by the Empire in some way, something that denied them of liberty, property, the ability to go to school or pursue a career through restrictive Imperial rule. 21% joined out of pure idealism, just the belief in the Alliance cause. So we weigh this against a total 47.3 casualty rate for the squadron. That is just picking some notes here. 36 pilots killed in action, another 8 wounded in action to the point where they lost a limb or had to leave combat status for a time, or that were captured. So a very high casualty rate. But despite this, the surviving pilots tended to stay in the squadron for years. And this is, I think, another important point to stress about Starfighter Command. Pilots did not rotate out of their units, generally speaking, on any kind of regular basis. They stayed serving with their with pilots that they knew for years at a time. And one unit, Rogue Squadron, pilots would actually refuse promotions so that they would stay in the unit. Though it's worth noting that this comes late war. During the war, plenty of opportunities to rise through the loss of other pilots. Imperial defector Garrett Pettifel made a direct comparison to the culture of Rebel, or in her case, New Republic squadrons and Imperial ones, noting that the Rebel pilots seemed comparatively emotionally happy and emotionally healthy compared to Imperial pilots who were kept on a honed edge of ferocity, held at a barely contained level of fury that sometimes boiled over into violence at inappropriate times, in their quarters, with their families, or on leave. The last domain that that Rebel squadrons outperform their Imperial ones is in unconventional operations. Imperial squadrons, for the most part, with some notable special forces exceptions, were focused on flying and fighting up against other squadrons, or capital ships, ground installations, traditional combat missions. Rebel squadrons frequently acted as diplomats. They were, as with those hyperdrives, allowed them to be the first rebel forces into an area, so they're making first contact and spreading the rebellion, recruiting factions and planets and people to the cause. Rebel pilots perform surprisingly well on the ground. There's many instances of out of necessity, rebel pilots fighting as infantry, often even times when they were shot down. Here you have 2 Rogue Squadron pilots, Ibsam and Wes Jansen, that after being shot down over Imperial territory, fought as commandos with one of the Alliance's elite special forces teams. And probably there's no better example of unconventional operations than Rogue Squadron's role in the liberation of Coruscant. Inserted without fighters, so completely naked without any kind of equipment, they procured fighters on Coruscant, developed a plan to take down the world's planetary shields, and did that, allowing the Republic Navy to land army formations, and they liberated the galactic capital with a minimum of losses to both the civilian population and New Republic personnel. So certainly the high watermark of unconventional operations for Starfighter Command. All right, thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions you might have.
All right. Thank you, Mike. That was my childhood in a presentation. I grew up, a lot of kids around me read Harry Potter, and I read Mike Stackpole and Aaron Alston's X-Wing books, so that was one that was near and dear to my heart. Next up comes the focus of a lot of this evening's good-natured humor. Thomas Harper is an officer and attorney in the Army Judge Advocate General's Corps. He enlisted in the Army Reserve after graduating high school and went on to commission through the Army ROTC program. Following law school, he served on active duty as a judge advocate for more than 7 years. He has served in a variety of capacities, including as a prosecutor, a special victim counsel, and as an operational law attorney in Afghanistan during Operation Enduring Freedom. He currently serves as a deputy regional defense counsel in the Army Reserve. Tom writes and broadcasts for The Legal Geeks, an American Bar Association Top 100 legal blog, where he uses Star Wars to teach about a wide variety of legal topics, from POW status to the lawful use of force. He regularly shares his passion for the intersection between Star Wars and the military, having presented at San Diego Comic-Con, Star Wars Celebration Day, Disney's official Star Wars convention, WonderCon, DragonCon, and Nerd Night events in New York City, Washington, D.C., and Philadelphia. Tom, welcome back to NavyCon, and please don't hurt us with your amazing knowledge of Star Wars trivia.
You know, based on all the comments in the chat, I feel like I need to pull an audible and just do a 12-minute defense of the Y-Wing, but we'll stick with the material I have prepped, I guess. So let us share. Does that look like it's sharing?
You are good to go.
Okay, let's dive right into it. Join me on a journey to the galaxy far, far away, even though I guess technically we're already there with the last presentation. As Ian said, I am a major. I do go by Tom, and by law, that makes me a David Bowie song. I want you to close your eyes just for a minute. I know it's late, so don't fall asleep on me. And think back to the first time that you saw Star Wars. What image pops in your head? It might be a big star or a big lightsaber duel. Could be an epic space battle. It might even be a cute, cuddly little Ewok who would definitely eat you if you were captured as a POW on Endor. That's undisputed. Or if you were like me as a teenager, you sat in Phantom Menace and thought, the taxation of trade routes? That sounds really interesting. And I know what you're all thinking there. C-3PO says it best, but it's going to be okay. We're going to take a journey to The Last Jedi. And I want to set the scene before we have the meat of our discussion here. When the movie opens, the fledgling resistance is on its heels. Its secret base has been discovered by the First Order, and they're staging a rapid evacuation to their fledgling little fleet that's waiting in orbit. They're not out in time, and the First Order, as the galaxy's best party poopers, shows up to destroy the base and destroy all remaining resistance forces. Our intrepid X-Wing pilot, Poe Dameron, commander of Black Squadron, has one job during this engagement. It's to delay and distract the First Order forces as the last of the Resistance personnel get off of Dakar. After that mission is complete, Leia orders him to get back to the flagship so that the Resistance can flee the system. But Poe sees a nice, juicy target in the First Order's dreadnought. He wants to destroy it because, as he says, it's a fleet killer, and they don't get those opportunities. The ensuing battle does not go swimmingly for the Resistance, nor does his ensuing confrontation with General Organa. And I know what you're thinking. They destroyed the dreadnought. It was a huge threat to the Resistance. So who cares about the little dust-up between Leia and Poe? Well, Leia cares, and she demonstrated that with the greatest slap in all of film history. And what we're seeing here is a really unique example of military justice playing out before our eyes. And in the rest of the Star Wars universe, our typical look at military justice is seen through the lens of the Galactic Empire. And say what you will about Darth Vader, but he is nothing if not a consistent arbiter of justice. Create a hostile work environment because of religious bigotry, get a force choke. Bring the fleet out of Lightspeed too close to Hoth, you get a force choke. Professionally apologize for a mild tactical error, you get a force choke too. What this scene explores is the really unique relationship between superiors and subordinates and the legal framework that surrounds it in a way that we really don't see anywhere else in film in Star Wars. And it's unique because in my civilian job, if my boss tells me to go do something and I pull up a petulant Palpatine and refuse, I might get yelled at, I might get fired, I might get suspended, but I'm not going to get prosecuted and I'm not going to go to jail. That's not so in the military system. In the military, as many of you know, the very words that a commander utters can frequently carry the force and the weight of the law. And that's for good reason. And before you roll your eyes that this is just going to be another lecture from an attorney, following orders and that structure of obedience really is a fundamental concept within our military system. And I say that because it's enshrined in the oath of office, or the oath that enlisted service members take, that officers take as they enter the service, this obligation to obey the orders, the commands of your superiors. It is critical to the very foundational functioning of the military. A commander has to know and be able to trust that his or her orders will be followed unquestioningly into a T. And I say orders, I mean legal orders. And concepts like good order and discipline, our ability to win on the battlefield, are all integrally connected to this obedience for orders. And whether you're talking about, the U.S. military, the Galactic Empire, the Resistance, Rebels, or whatever faction in the galaxy far, far away, these concepts apply there too. The commander has to be able to give an order and have it followed. Otherwise, we're not winning any battle on or off the actual battlefield. Now, contrary to what Han may think in A New Hope, the Uniform Code of Military Justice actually has a specific provision that criminalizes the willful disobedience of a superior officer. That's Article 90. And when we talk about Poe's actions here, we're going to look for three elements that compose the crime. First, there's got to be a lawful command that's been given. Second, that command has to be given by a superior officer. And finally, the accused has to willfully disobey that command. We'll take the easy one first, that it has to come from the accused superior officer. And we'll break out my handy-dandy resistance chain of command chart, which is 100% canon as of right now. At the top of the heap, you have General Leia Organa, the commander of all resistance forces. There is no one else higher than her. And then you have Poe Dameron, commander, an 05. He carries some weight with him. And even though Star Wars habitually plays fast and loose with military ranks or real-world military ranks, we can all agree that in between these two, there are many, many other ranks. There is a lot of daylight between her position and his. Unquestionably, she is his superior officer. And that brings us to the meat of this analysis. And the first question is going to be whether her order was a lawful command. And it begs the question, what is a lawful command? Well, the law, the UCMJ, starts from the proposition, the assumption that all orders are lawful. It has to be that way, because a commander can't have, the military as a whole can't have a situation where a referee, a judge advocate like myself, has to come running in every time they utter an order and make a call as to whether it's legal or not. All of our operations, in combat or not, would just grind to a halt if that was the system that we had. So it operates with that presumption, but with three requirements. A lawful order has to relate to a military duty. It can't interfere with private rights or personal interests. And it has to be a clear, narrowly drawn mandate to do or not do something. And military courts have found that an order to shut up was a lawful order. They've also found that an order to break off an inappropriate relationship was a lawful order. So there is a wide range. Commanders have a lot of leeway here. Well, what makes an illegal order? Well, you can't order somebody to do something that's against the law. So executing a prisoner, killing all the Padawans, or taking care of the Separatist Council would all be illegal. The technical legal term would be no-nos. And as a general rule of thumb, if this is the guy that's giving you your order, it's probably illegal as hell. So what was Leia's order? Well, it was pretty straightforward. Retreat, get back to the command ship, and don't blow up, don't further engage the dreadnought. It absolutely related to a military duty. It is a tactical order given in the heat of combat. It did not interfere with any of Poe's private rights or personal interests. He's in the saddle in his X-Wing fighting it out against the First Order. He's got no personal rights when it comes to his decisions about who to engage and when to engage when he's been given an order. His personal disagreement, even his professional disagreement with Leia's order to disengage, his belief that it would be more valuable to attack and destroy that dreadnought, is irrelevant in the eyes of the law. It's not a defense under the UCMJ, and it's not an excuse for him disobeying that order. And lastly, the order was unambiguous and clear. In fact, Leia repeated it, would have completed the sentence had Poe not cut her off on the comms. So then we get to the last element, and this is the mental element of the crime, that the accused has to have willfully disobeyed the command. All crimes have to have a bad intent and a bad act. We've talked about the bad act, that actual disobedience, but we have to talk about the mental aspect of it here. And willful is exactly what it sounds like. There's no tricky lawyer games with this word. It means an intentional disobedience of the order. We're not talking about an accidental disobedience, some sort of mistake in not following the order. We're not talking about a negligent disobedience. We're talking about purposeful conduct. And I'm a simple guy. I'm a visual learner. So let's lay out this sequence of events. Poe gets his order. He then argues about that order. And then as Leia goes to reiterate that order, going so far as to say, this is an order, he shuts off his radio before she can finish it. And then he does the exact opposite of that order. Unfortunately for Poe, the UCMJ does not have a Lloyd Christmas defense available to an accused like him. This disobedience is not without consequence. As a result of his actions, the resistance loses its entire bomber fleet. It loses several of its precious few remaining starfighters, and the entire fleet and its remaining personnel are put at grave risk as they remain within gun range of the First Order fleet as they wait on Poe and the bombers to finish up their battle. In the wake of all this, Leia, as a military commander, has an entire set of options before her in how to handle Poe's misconduct. In the military system, it is the commander who is vested with the lawful ability to decide what happens and how to dispose of, how to handle misconduct. It's not a district attorney. It's not some DOD civilian. And unfortunately for me, it's not a JAG officer. The commander has that responsibility inherent within their status as a commander. And the law gives an entire range. On the extremes, they can take no action. And on the other extreme, they can send something like this to court-martial. And under Article 90, the willful disobedience of a superior officer during wartime, such as this, is punishable by death. It can be a capital offense if the government chooses to go that route. Now, in the middle, you have adverse administrative actions. This would be things like a relief for cause, which Poe knows a lot about. It could be a reprimand. It could be a show cause board. So in other words, an effort by the military to try to kick you out. A whole host of options within that bucket. Getting closer to the court-martial realm, you have NJP, which allows a commander to administer a set of low-level, really low-hanging punishments, things like a small amount of forfeiture, restrictions, extra duty, those sorts of things. I don't know precisely where a slap demotion would fall on that, but I think when the dust settles, Poe probably has a fair IG complaint to lodge after all this. Now, a commander, when determining where to fall on this sort of scale, has a lot of responsibility to balance a set of delicate scales. On one hand of the scale, or one side of the scale, I should say, the commander has to weigh things like the seriousness of the misconduct, the consequences, the impact on the mission, the impact on good order and discipline, the degradation of good order and discipline. On the other hand, they have to weigh factors like the impact on the mission with what they do, their knowledge of that service member's attributes, that service member's record to their knowledge. All of these things make it a difficult balancing test. That's why Pepto-Bismol comes in the big bottles, right? And Leia faces a particularly tough choice here as Poe makes his way to the bridge. On one hand, he has just openly disobeyed the most senior ranking officer in the resistance. And you think about Private Snuffy, the low-ranking resistance comms tech who listened to that happen. He or she's going to be sitting there and saying, well, I know what would happen to me. I would be fried if I disobeyed Leia like that. What's going to happen to Poe? This flyboy, is he going to get off because he's Leia's prodigal son? Or is he going to get treated like I would? There's a good order and discipline aspect of that. Also on that side of the scale are the seriousness of his actions, the consequences that flow, that sort of loss that we just talked about in terms of materiel and personnel who lost their lives as a result of his actions, arguably. Now, on the other side of the scale, Poe is one of her last remaining and most skilled pilots. He is a skilled leader in spite of what happened here. And quite frankly, when you get down to pure numbers, he's one of the last remaining resistance members. Just a few hours after this, you can stuff all the remaining members of the resistance onto the Millennium Falcon. So she doesn't exactly have a deep bench to work with. And so she does the best that she can given those factors. And she ends up going with what arguably is a serious punishment. She demotes him, which in the real world couldn't really happen to an officer short of a dismissal or dismissal from a show cause board, and she relieves him for cause. She strips him of command. And those of you who have served or are serving know that that's the death knell for a career. So she doesn't let him get off light, and she does that very openly in front of the rest of the crew there. Now, anytime a commander makes any decision about where to drop on this scale, they're going to bite off and accept some level of risk in their decision. Here, Leia decides that she can't afford to lock Poe up. She can't throw him in the brig because she needs him. What she can't predict is that just a few hours later, he would incite a mutiny against her successor in command. I've got to get back to Jakku. I appreciate you all staying up late to listen to me, especially because of all the circumstances going on. I'm not Pennsylvania or Georgia vote counts. Thank you, and I look forward to answering questions. Thanks.
All right. Tom, excellent presentation as always. Thank you so much. All right. Folks, we have made it. Our final speaker is Abby Mullen. Abby is one of our two keynotes, and she is a term assistant professor at George Mason University. She teaches digital history and military history courses. She works on Tropy, a research tool created by the Roy Rosenzweig Center for History and New Media. She's the host and executive producer for Consolation Prize, a podcast about U.S. diplomacy on the ground through the eyes of American consuls. She earned her PhD in history from Northeastern University in 2017. Her book, coming out soon from Johns Hopkins University Press, is called A Difficult Undertaking, Conflict and Cooperation in the First Barbary War, 1801 to 1805. It examines how the United States attempted to integrate into the Mediterranean community while fighting against Tripoli. All right, Abby, you are now live. Let's get your PowerPoint up there. Okay.
Fantastic. Well, thank you all. It's been a real pleasure to listen to all of these presentations, and especially thank you to Ian and Chris for doing all the organizing. And if you're still here at 10:43 Eastern Time, good for you. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. So let me tell you a story. The commander of the naval forces in the region is approached by a local merchant. The merchant has news, he says. News that could change the face of the war that the Navy is engaged in against a foreign and enigmatic enemy. The commander agrees to see the merchant, though he has suspicions that this offer of help is more than a little self-interested. When the merchant appears, he has this news. He has already reached out to the leader of the enemy forces with a possible peace offer. But the terms that the merchant has suggested, unprompted, are not acceptable to all parties, and so the merchant is dismissed in disgrace. A few days later, when the ship is captured trying to run the blockade, it's discovered that the very same merchant owns much of the cargo of this ship and thought that his friendship with both sides would protect him. It didn't. Now, is this a story about Benjamin Sisko and Quark the Ferengi in the latter half of the 24th century, or is it a story about Edward Preble and Gaetano Schembri in the early days of the 19th century? Well, the truth is it could be both. So I want to talk to you a little bit about Deep Space Nine and the First Barbary War tonight. Now, it might seem a little bit strange that I want to talk to you about Deep Space Nine, although we've already had a number of people allude to it at a naval conference, since it's the only one of the Star Trek franchise, thus far at least, that doesn't take place primarily on a ship. But looking at DS9 can help us think through why solid ground, so to speak, is so important to a Navy in both the future, the past, and by extension, the present. Navies have a lot of critical needs if they are going to succeed in both war and in peace. The one that interests me the most is the need for bases, places where ships and crews can go to get repairs, supplies, healthcare, and even entertainment. Access to bases has been an important strategic concern for the US Navy since its inception. There is one particular war, and I'm sure you're going to be able to guess what war I'm talking about, where the United States didn't have a base anywhere near its seat of operations. And the lack of bases caused a tremendous number of problems for the Navy. The war, you're not surprised to learn, was the First Barbary War, fought between the United States and Tripoli from 1801 to 1805. It occurred to me in my backgrounder document that maybe I should have included a little bit about this war, actually, since it's not super well known, even to naval people. But in order to fight that war successfully, the United States had to borrow space in various different ports throughout the Mediterranean. So what I want to do tonight is think briefly with you about the concept of borrowed space. Before we get going, I need to say that I'm very much a civilian here. I study the 19th century Navy. I don't actually know that much about the modern Navy. So if there are conclusions to be drawn here about the Navy of the present, you're going to have to make them. And I'll leave you to draw those conclusions, and I'd love to hear them, actually. I'm also only going to sketch these conclusions that I'm going to draw in the broadest and most abstract of terms. In the DS9 world, the base, Deep Space Nine, is a borrowed station. It was built by the Cardassians, and it is now owned by Bajor. The Federation has a military presence there, which becomes ever more important as this station becomes the gatekeeper for the wormhole, a potentially lucrative or potentially cataclysmic passage into the Gamma Quadrant. By the way, there's been some discussion in the Discord chat about whether or not Starfleet is a military force, but I think at least in Deep Space Nine, it's pretty clear that even if military operation isn't Starfleet's primary mandate, it certainly is one of its mandates. So I'm going to stipulate that Starfleet is, for our purposes, a military force, but that's broader than you might think. So in the First Barbary War, the United States has to rely on the good graces of mostly the British Empire, occupying space in Gibraltar and then in Malta and then in Syracuse in order to fight against Tripoli. They didn't have land they could call their own in the Mediterranean. And there are more parallels here between DS9 and the Mediterranean than you might think. Communications might be faster in the 24th century, thankfully, but ships can still only move so fast. So in a lot of important ways, DS9 is on its own. Just like the various squadrons of the First Barbary War, who were basically out of communications range with the United States for most of the war, and Sal referred to this earlier. So to illustrate the problems of a Navy that has to live on borrowed space, I'm going to outline a series of relationships between the Starfleet commander on Deep Space Nine, Benjamin Sisko, and various people in his world. Now, it's important to note that comparing a historical past to a fictional future has its own kinds of contradictions. Of course, these two things are not co-equal. They do not develop in the same way. And so it's important to keep that in mind as I'm talking. And I'm also speaking in very broad terms here because it would be headcanoning in the extreme to try to overlay these parallels that I'm going to draw onto individual episodes without going into extremely granular detail. And also, you'll forgive me, but we are going to pretend like that last little bit of DS9 series where the paw wraiths become a major plot point does not exist. Okay, we can talk about that later, but for our purposes, that does not exist. But perhaps, just perhaps, in the mirror universe that the Star Trek franchise is so very fond of for reasons I do not understand, if we transported the First Barbary War 6 centuries into the future and thousands of light years away, we might still be able to see some of our own historical past in that story. And that's what we're going to talk about. So the most important relationship that Commander Sisko has with anyone outside of Starfleet is with Major Kira. She is his Bajoran counterpart on the station, and they are in some ways a team. But Major Kira and Commander Sisko don't always see eye to eye, and they often have conflicting aims. Kira's orientation is, of course, towards Bajor, and Sisko has to take the broader view of things that are going on around him. We might think of this relationship as akin to the ones that American commanders struck up with the British naval officers and naval agents in the ports that they resupplied at. The British were only interested in the United States insofar as it furthered their goal of fighting against the French. So when their needs diverged, they could and often did summarily change the nature of their agreements with the Americans in those ports, denying them supplies, repairs, even docking space. In the great powers competition of the early 19th century, the Americans were really barely even on the radar. And they certainly were not a great power, no matter what they might have thought. But the British did frequently welcome the Americans in, providing them with connections that would prove critical to keeping American ships in one piece after long stints in the punishing Mediterranean Sea. And for the most part, American and British naval officers actually got along quite well. The only time there was conflict was most often when the British started paying a little bit too much attention to the Americans, when they started looking for British subjects to impress off of American ships onto the British ships. When these kinds of conflicts happened, the Americans had to go elsewhere, looking for other places to get supplies and repairs. Back on DS9, Kira and Sisko get along pretty well, and they actually get along better the longer that they go. But in the real world, the United States didn't have a similar luxury in the First Barbary War, because the commanders of both the British and the American forces changed so much, coming and going all the time, that they had to renegotiate these relationships with incredible frequency. And so they also needed to borrow space in more than one port. It wasn't sufficient to stay in Gibraltar, for instance, where they probably had the best relationship with the British, because it was actually almost as far to Tripoli from Gibraltar as it was from Gibraltar to the United States. So they needed to be on good terms with British officials throughout the Mediterranean in order to be able to borrow their space. But there's more to the relationship with Bajor than just the military, of course. Commander Sisko also has to cultivate a relationship with the civilian leaders of Bajor, including several rather hostile leaders like Kai Wynn here. If Kira can at least understand and complement Sisko's military goals, Kai Wynn has no such attraction to him. To her, the Federation presence on DS9 is purely instrumental. Now, again, things get a little bit complicated here because of how Sisko ends up being a part of Bajoran religious lore, but I couldn't think of any historical corollaries to that, so we're going to leave that aside, just like we're leaving aside the pot wraiths. The civilian government of Bajor butts heads with Sisko and Starfleet on many occasions, and it's Sisko's job to iron out those differences. Early in the series, Kai Wynn actually exerts her power to get Starfleet kicked off the station temporarily. They don't actually ever go. But as the series goes on, the Bajoran government becomes more and more fractured, and in some ways that allows Starfleet to cement their position on the station. This series of events bears some resemblance to the ways in which the United States acts in the port of Syracuse. In Malta, which was their main base of operations, the Commodores mostly had to accede to the desires of the local civilian government. But in Syracuse, Commodore Preble was able to overawe the rather weak local governor and force him to allow US Navy personnel to do what they wanted. And what they wanted included allowing naval vessels to come into Syracuse without adhering to quarantine restrictions. And ordinarily, I would have to explain why that's a problem and a big deal, but I think we can all understand what it means to break quarantine in 2020. This is not the only way in which the Navy takes over the town, but it is the most significant. Now, this didn't last because eventually the governor of Syracuse did basically kick them out, and the Navy had to move back to Malta. But relationships with local civilian leadership were never far from the minds of these naval commanders in the Mediterranean or in space on Deep Space Nine, because a bad relationship with the civilian leaders could easily turn into removal from a borrowed port or just a lot of bureaucracy thrown their way. But of course, these are only the people who are the most friendly to the United States or to the Federation. So what about those who are not so friendly? Well, if you're a DS9 aficionado at all, you know that Sisko's real nemesis for throughout the whole series is the Cardassian, former commander of DS9 or Terok Nor, Gul Dukat. Yes, of course, there's a major fight with the Founders later. We will get to the Founders, I promise. But Dukat is really the pivotal character. And he is actually where I started to think about these parallels between DS9 and the First Barbary War, because in some ways it's difficult to understand Sisko and Dukat's relationship without thinking about the borrowing of the space. Sisko and Dukat sometimes almost seem like friends, but their relationship is always on a razor's edge. On occasion, they even work together. This is an example, the episode that you can see where they kind of work together, but it's never quite clear what Dukat's endgame is. Gul Dukat knows DS9 in some ways better than any of the people in Starfleet. Just ask Chief O'Brien, who is responsible for figuring out all the engineering in the Cardassian systems. But Dukat can only affect the station now from a distance. Conversely, Sisko knows that he's on foreign ground, so to speak. And so sometimes he actually has to get the assistance of Gul Dukat to even make it safe to stay on the station. And of course, as I said already, there's never any guarantee that Dukat will actually help or what his end game is. And of course, by the end of the series, it's outright antagonism, outright war. Dukat is a primary opponent of the Federation, but at least at the beginning, without an official declaration of war, he has to use other means to maintain his position, both personally and strategically. So I like to think of the first part of Sisko and Dukat's relationship, before it gets super weird with the paw wraiths, as a good way to understand the American Commodore's relationship with Hassan, the Dey of Algiers, in the First Barbary War. Before the war began, the United States sort of assumed that Algiers would be their most formidable opponent, and the declaration of war with Tripoli kind of felt like it came out of nowhere. It didn't really, but it kind of feels like that. But the Americans were also at peace with Algiers for basically the whole war. So the Dey of Algiers didn't necessarily want to help the Americans unless it helped him. So he employed similar tactics as Gul Dukat in order to help both himself and Tripoli, who he was definitely helping, going behind the Americans' backs, offering the Americans assistance with one hand and aiding Tripoli with the other, using his knowledge of the Mediterranean system to sometimes screw with the Americans a little bit and extract further promises of tribute or goodwill from them in exchange for very little from himself. Now, if you read my bio or you heard Ian read it just a minute ago, you might be surprised that I haven't yet mentioned the American civilians who are also responsible for doing some of this work, maintaining these relationships, the consuls. I do think that the consuls were an incredibly important part of the story in the First Barbary War, but they shared diplomatic duties with the naval officers, often joining forces with them, sometimes working against them. And in Starfleet, it appears at least that Starfleet and the Federation have a very stripped down diplomatic corps, who are mostly failures during the Dominion War, at least. And so officers such as Sisko are responsible for both military and expeditionary diplomacy. And this kind of goes back to the question of whether Starfleet is a military force or not, because their role is much broader than we would think of. So they're actually much more like 19th century naval commanders than perhaps 21st century naval commanders. Of course, we have to talk about the Federation's other main antagonist in the series, the Dominion. The Founders truly are enigmatic, unknowable, in a way that the Alpha Quadrant enemies aren't. I think it's a simplification, but I'm going to say it anyway, to say that the Founders, especially through the Jem'Hadar, are the most straightforward opponent of the Federation, but this is the conflict that is perhaps the simplest. So perhaps we might liken the Founders to Yusuf Karamanli, the Bashaw of Tripoli. Like the Founders, he is not above using his own kith and kin to win a war, but he's also in a position of power. He's firmly ensconced in his own territory. He's well fortified, and he's able to evade Americans' blockade throughout most of the war with almost no difficulty. And he can rely on the networks of communication and support that exist in the Mediterranean already. He knows that Tunis, Algiers, and to some extent Morocco are all on his side if push comes to shove. Just like the Dominion eventually allies with the Cardassians, but more importantly, has their fingers in the entire Gamma Quadrant. In other words, Yusuf and the founders are an example of what war looks like from the perspective of someone who does have space that they understand and control and doesn't have to borrow. Now, I could make these sorts of comparisons all day. Believe me, I've got like 20 more. But I actually want to close out where I began, with Quark. Bet you didn't think you were going to hear about Quark at a naval conference. Quark, in some ways, actually epitomizes the problem with borrowed space. He has every right to be on Deep Space Nine. In fact, as much right as any of the Starfleet officers. And his leadership amongst the merchant community is actually partially what keeps DS9 viable. But it's not his home either. He's only there by the permission of the Bajorans as well. But his presence on DS9 means that he can usefully occupy the position of a neutral in the fight between the Federation and Cardassia, and then the Federation and the Dominion. Now, it might seem like he's in every deal just for himself. And to be honest, that's not an unfair reading most of the time. But every once in a while, he does do something that makes it seem like he might have a heart after all. Quark is perhaps the most perfect corollary to an actual real person in the First Barbary War. He's just like, in my mind anyway, just like Gaetano Schembri, who is an Italian merchant who leveraged his connections with both the Americans and the Tripolitans to try to assist in negotiations for a price. Schembri embodied the 34th rule of acquisition. Peace is good for business. He turned up multiple times when Commodore Edward Preble was in Malta in 1804, each time bringing a new opportunity for Preble to make peace with the Bashaw. It's not clear whether Preble deliberately or perhaps unintentionally gave Schembri encouragement to go to the Bashaw and make these overtures, but in the end, Preble chewed him out and banished him from his sight. Schembri went back to the Bashaw, it seems, which is different from Quark. But each of the next 3 ships the American squadron captured running the blockade had something in common. Some or all of the cargo belonged to Gaetano Schembri. It seemed that Schembri believed that his relationship with the Americans and Preble would somehow insulate him from the blockade, but of course it didn't. For Schembri, the 33rd rule of acquisition, war is good for business, turned out to be just as illusory as it was for Quark. So, where does all of this leave us? Well, you'll notice that of the 5 relationships we've talked about, only one is with a person who's at war with the Federation basically for the whole time they're engaged with the Federation. Of course, Gul Dukat ends up being at war by the end of the series, but he's not at the beginning. In this way, as I said already, the role of a Starfleet commander really mirrors the role of a 19th century American naval commander. It's not sufficient to be a military leader. You have to be a jack of all trades, a diplomat, a politician, a supply clerk even, and so many other things. The naval commodores of the First Barbary War spent more time interacting with all the other people in the Mediterranean than they did with their Tripolitan enemies. Though they weren't the commanders of a naval station, they did have to run their operations from somewhere, and they were responsible for taking care of all the things that made it possible to maintain a squadron where they could only borrow space. With that in mind, is it really any wonder that the Commodores spent so little time actually fighting against Tripoli? Yes, I have the receipts on that. Read my book when it comes out. Now, I called this talk Move Along Home, which is the title of Season 1, Episode 10. In this episode, Commander Sisko and his officers make first contact with a people from the Gamma Quadrant who love to play games. When Quark tries to cheat them at his game, Dabo, they entrap the officers of DS9 into a disorienting and terrifying game of their own. Maybe this is the best analogy of all for the First Barbary War. The game that the US Navy had to play was in a region they had little familiarity with, where the potential dangers popped up and faded back into the background with alarming frequency, and where the circumstances and the rules changed almost weekly. To survive the game, the US Navy and the Starfleet officers had to be adaptable and ingenious in a space where they didn't belong. As the Wadi leader told Quark, "You're required to learn as you play." Thanks very much. Have a great evening, y'all.
All right, and thank you, Abby. Okay, folks. Wow, we have made it to the end of NavyCon 2020A. I'm looking at the numbers, and about half of our initial audience has remained with us the entire time. That is an incredible show of support. Thank you all so much. I'd also like to thank our special guests, our presenters, and our keynote speakers. You guys have all been really fantastic, and the work you've done here really shows. This has been a great conference. We do have two more people to thank, though. The first is our tech wizard, Chris Weave. Chris presented last time, and this time he's been behind the scenes of everything. You've benefited from the work he's put in with the stream tonight, and he's been the one wrangling presenters. I'd also like to thank Clara Engel, who presented at our last NavyCon on Babylon 5. She's been instrumental in setting up our Discord, our social media calendar, the Eventbrite, and the Google Documents for our abstracts and speaker bios. She's done all of this while changing jobs, by the way. She's moved from the Department of Commerce to the State Department as an FSO. And so the next time she presents, we'll get to hear whether or not state will endorse the Babylon project. Spoiler alert, probably not. Once again, thank you to everyone. We'll be moving to the Discord now for a more dynamic Q&A period of about 20 minutes. Ask questions in the NavyCon 2020A questions channel on the Discord, and we'll be happy to answer them live. Thank you so much. This has been NavyCon 2020A, and we'll see you next time.